Thank you. Uh, tis. Can you guys let me know on YouTube if you guys can hear me? Let me know if you can hear me on YouTube, please. Okay, I think you can. And can everybody please tweet out the space? Let me send this to the judge. 1 second. Just getting some things together. Uh, Here is the space link starting now. All right. And then let me take this and share it over here. Um, Share it there, share it there, share it there. Who else? Here. All right. All right, that's it. I think I'm forgetting someone. Actually, no, let me share it. So just give me a second because I like to do a public service announcement. And but I need to do something real quick. So this is an open space, and of course, there's some topics that I'm gonna throw on the space. Of course, Kamala Harris, honey, she's gonna be trending for a minute, but eventually that shit gonna die down. But she's popping right now. And then I do want to have the discussion of the birthright citizenship. I do want to talk about if anybody else want to talk about Sonya Massey, and then it's open mic, so that means um anybody can bring up whatever. Hey, Summer Bell, hi, Katalia, everybody on YouTube, Kenya, Kina. So yeah, it was a couple of. Oh, let me send some other people the link. Wait a minute. Copy. Yeah, I need to send this out. Uh, Send it to there. Let me send it to her. Yeah. I'll just do the rest later because I need to pay attention. All right. And actually, let me call the judge to see where he's at. If anybody want to request to come up now, you can. Um, mm, 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 mm. Oh, and I need that app. I need that from Two Live Crew because he was talking mad shit the other day. And then he gonna abruptly end his space. Um, all right. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, there he goes. Let me send you the link to co-host invite. Okay, I sent you the invite co-host link.
Responded to.
Huh?
Accepted.
Okay. Hi.
Hello there. How's
So,
everybody?
so you did a marathon at Space Sunday. You was up there for like 7 hours. I peeped in and out, but so today I wanted to talk about because it's open mic, and I put in a jumbotron, not a jumbotron, but I put in the title Kamala Harris, birthright citizenship, because last week Tuesday, Sexy Rob brought it up, and I said, oh, that'd be a good discussion for this week. And then I also typed in Sonya Massey out of Illinois, the black woman that was shot in the head by the police officer. Tragedy. So, and then it's open mic if anybody want to come up and talk about those topics or anything else or whatever else is on your mind. Can somebody at Luther Campbell? Because he had some words yesterday in his space. And, maybe he could clarify, because if he has a problem with the judge or anybody else, he could pull up. So can somebody add him? um, so yeah. And you guys can request to come up. Everybody knows the drill. So anyway, Kamala Harris, she's running for president. She always wanted that. I put on YouTube, can she beat Trump at the polls? Judge.
Oh, I think not, but perhaps they don't consider it necessary for her to actually beat Trump at the polls because they plan on cheating. I think
How do you
that,
think they may cheat this time?
yeah, I think they're going to try. I know all of this back and forth from mainstream media about there was no cheating. I don't believe that. And we find that over the intervening 4 years, since 2020, we've got all of these state courts and local proceedings are showing that there was cheating, in fact, just as alleged. And I know over the last 50 years, I've certainly been exposed to enough cheats in elections. And political science wise, and as a historian, it seems that the number three most popular controversy in American history has been election cheating. I know that in Shelby County, where Memphis is located and where I live, we have had ongoing reports since 2000 that our voting machines, deballed voting machines, which turned out uh, to have been irredeemably corrupted, according to the Justice Department, and reports going back to 2006 weren't replaced until 2 years ago. So, and I know they are corrupt because I actually witnessed two people vote twice during the election. So it's during the last election. So it's out there. Now, I think on another political science analysis, Kamala Harris was chosen because she had deficits that kept her from being a real contributor or detriment, so to speak, to this past administration, with the exception of fulfilling a function as a harmless figurehead to appeal to the so called black female vote. Now, that very convenient fact is not good for her being president of the United States. And I know this has evoked some reaction today. I posted it on X, but I don't think a person is fully qualified to be president of the United States if they don't have any children. And she's barren. Now, I know we had, as somebody pointed out, George Washington, but George Washington doesn't have any legitimate children, as that is determined, but he did seem to have some by some slave women before he became sterile. And I am acquainted with at least one very high pale black family that since forever had been claiming ancestry through George Washington and a slave ancestor. So even he seems to have had a few, even if they weren't acknowledged.
Pardon me, Judge. Now a good time to ask a question?
Go right ahead.
How you doing, bro?
Wait, 1 second. 1 second.
Sure.
Can you just 1 second?
Uh-huh.
Can you just real quick elaborate? And actually, Stacks was up here first, so it's
Okay.
Stacks, Hotbox, and then you, Jonathan.
Yep.
So I like to let it go in order. But I just want to ask the judge: can you elaborate on why do you say that she? One of the reasons, there's many reasons, but one of the reasons because she doesn't have kids. Like, why is that? Why do you think that's an important factor?
Because you don't have a sufficient stake in the future of the country to really have its interest at heart when you do what you do. If you're a young person and you die, say, in combat or in service of your country, that's one thing. If you are a middle-aged somebody, 60 years old, that's a whole different other thing. Why would you devote your full time and attention to those things that other people do because they have a legacy that they wish to leave to their children, grandchildren, great grandchildren, and any future progeny? Now, I know
That
that
makes sense.
I just know, for example, they keep talking about youth, but we have people in positions that actually require maturity, and that means having paid mortgages, bills, gone to work when you were sick, tired, and didn't feel like it because you had obligations and responsibilities that you could not neglect. To have to cover the check on Monday or Tuesday that you had to write on Friday, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore since we don't write checks these days for the most part. To have horrible problems that you had to overcome and have the nervous anxiety and worry about your children, grandchildren, and such like, or even nieces and nephews. So it's a thing that comes from the territory of having experienced life. So I'd pass the mic after making that remark.
Yeah. No, well, as a mother and I'm a grandmother, that makes sense, especially when you're running for a high office such as the president, because you don't have a legacy to pass down this country to. So it's a different type of mindset set. And I don't think that's sexist. I think that's actually very logical. Just in case other people may find it. I think some women probably did find it sexist, but it's
Well, why
not.
would it be sexist for women? See, it's like
Well,
this. For
mhm.
example, you want to be a pilot, but you got a heart problem, or you have a visual acuity problem. You can't be a pilot because you have a physical a problem. You want to play pro basketball, but you're only 5'7" when you're 19 years old. You can't play pro basketball because you just don't have it. I mean, you might want to be a track star, but you can't run a 9 100 meter dash that you can work down from and keep up with Usain Bolt or the 100 yard dash, let's say. So you got a problem. I ran a 600 yard dash when I was a youth, but the high school I went to, we had a runner who held the American record for the 100 yard dash of 9.2, and that was back in the 60s. There's no way in hell I was going to make a varsity track team with somebody like that. But I played football, got on the small side, but I could hit hard. So you do what
Well,
you
I
want to
wasn't in.
do.
Yeah, the way you're explaining it, because there's no requirement that you have to have a kid to be president.
No.
It's more. It more goes to your mindset on how you see America's future. And if you are a parent, you have that mindset automatically because you have a legacy to pass down. Just like, because that does apply for a man, because you've never seen a single man, a man who is president and he's single, go to that Oval Office.
Yeah,
They
well,
marry with kids.
you have had a few presidents, George Washington, who had no legitimate children.
He was married though.
Yeah, he was married, but he had no legitimate children. You also had a couple who were not married and had, believe it or not, their nieces acting as first ladies. So that's not to say that there aren't exceptions. And I'm talking more of an idealized situation and in terms of the instant qualifications for at least one of the potential candidates for the office. And we do have, since they've been entirely masculine in the history of the country for 235 years, some presidents who don't have apparent children, but just about all of them had some illegitimate children, one way or the other. For example, Lyndon Baines Johnson had children, and I met two of them. One of them was by a woman named Marie Brown, no relationship. She introduced me to her son she had with LBJ in 1965, and also to another young man born in 1966. Both of them look like spitting images of LBJ, except the one born in 66 was allegedly born to a White House secretary, and he had a very, very, very slight suntan. Let's put it that way. But they look just like him. Tall guys, big ears.
All right. I'm gonna go to Stacks, Hot Boy, and Jonathan. And anybody else want to request to come up, please do so. Go ahead, Stacks.
Oh, I'll probably just let whatever his name is. I'm sorry, I can't see the whole thing. Go, but I appreciate you, Dana. Like you was like he was here for. I like that. I appreciate it. Can I wait a little bit to comment?
Sure. I'll come back to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Hot Boy.
Hey, Dana, what's going on, Judge? Glad to hear.
Yeah.
Glad you made it another day. Life is so interesting these days. We live in such a dystopian America. One minute they're trying to assassinate one presidential candidate. Then what nobody's talking about is that Sheila Lee Jackson, who spearheaded the campaign to suspend Trump's Secret Service protection, she died of cancer 3 days after the missed assassination. Now they're saying that Joe Biden is missing and really can't be found. And also, there's this issue of Benjamin Netanyahu. I just wanted to get that out. But I don't think that Kamala is going to be able to beat Donald Trump because of that very last issue. She wasn't able to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu because he's an international criminal right now, is what he's labeled. And really, we should take him into custody, but I don't think America has the balls for that or the leadership for that. But yeah, now she doesn't have the Jews on her side. And I think the Jewish voting bloc is very important, and she's not going to have that. So she I don't know about the black community. It's a mixed result for me, but she doesn't have my vote because I don't support their prison industrial complex because I've been victimized by it. So she
Well,
definitely doesn't have my vote.
let me
But
ask you a question. I don't want to interrupt, but she's got a Jewish husband. She adopted two Jewish kids, grown, and she belongs to a very upscale Jewish country club through her husband in Los Angeles. That's had a lot of problems with its extreme racial discrimination. So you that's going to be discounted, and she has no Jewish backup.
no, absolutely not. I mean, that's new to me, but I'm open minded. And because of that new information, I can reconsider my opinion. But I think when it comes to being a Jewish in a personal, familial setting, it's different than Jew politics. If you're not supporting the state of Israel in all its forms, whether it's right or wrong, then you're an anti-Semite. And we saw that recently, and I'm afraid that's what's going to happen to her. I don't want her to win. I'm definitely a Trump supporter, but I think that's going to work against her. Now, as for Sonia Massey, I saw that video and it was a terrible tragedy. It made my heart cry. And I think my message is for the FBAs that this is who their enemies are. White supremacist race soldiers is who their enemies are, not the quote unquote tethers. And I'll land there.
Man, has anybody got that video? I haven't seen much out there on it. Some discussion.
I got the video. I can send it. I could post it in
Post
here.
it in here, please.
No,
Yeah,
no problem.
and I'll text it to you as well. A clear angle because it's different angles. With the video, because the video that I have is from, I think, Chicago's news, one of those news outlets, and they actually show the part where she put the pot down and she ducked before he shot her. So
Now
I didn't know.
let me say something about all of these video stuff things. There is a thing called context, and sometimes the press ought to do the public a big service and just go to the pattern jury instructions. And in every state that concerns them when it comes to homicide, whether it is justifiable or criminal, the instructions relative to something like this are not long, and just publish them and see what goes into what constitutes a criminal homicide and what does not. The first time jurors hear it, it has been my reaction that they seem surprised at what they hear. So somebody ought to publish that, or newspapers ought to publish it. And if sometime or another during the course of tonight's proceedings, it comes up after I've gotten a chance to look at this thing, I might publish a generic instruction on the issue. All right.
All right. Jonathan.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Thank you, Judge. A question about naturalization. I've been doing a little research, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. No person except a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States, blah, 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 shall be eligible for office. Now, Kamala, because you can find a birth certificate on Twitter, she had 2 foreign parents. So does that fit the definition of naturalization? That's my question.
Well, where she was born certainly does. I have an interesting connection with where she was born. My former and now late mother in law worked in that very hospital at the time she was born in the pediatric department as a nurse. All right. So she was there when Kamala was born in 1964. In the same 12-month period, my former or last ex-wife was born in that same hospital. My mother-in-law died in the United States 57 years later, 57 years later, with a permanent visa. She was a Canadian citizen. And through her Canadian citizenship, my ex-wife also had a claim to dual citizenship between the US and Canada because her mother was a Canadian. So we went back and forth over that for quite some time. But the Constitution says natural born citizens. And that has always been interpreted as being a citizen by virtue of being born on American soil. The old way of looking at it was you are a creature of the soil upon which you were born, just like a plant is a creature of the soil where it grew, or an animal grew, or anything. You are a resource of that territory. And American soil has been interpreted variously, but generally it would be born in a state, territory, or protectorate of the United States, a zone, or an embassy, sometimes depending upon the state in question, as a consulate, and always upon military or naval bases or air bases now, and in places like the Panama Canal Zone. If you're born in an American Samoa, you are born on American soil and you can run for president. Likewise for Puerto Rico, St. Croix, St. Thomas, you name it, or the Panama Canal Zone, or you were born on an army base somewhere near the Fulda Gap in Germany, you can run for president. Embassies sometimes have, or typically have, pediatric wards in case an American citizen is abroad and decides that they want this American child to be born on American soil because they're thinking way ahead for the child's future. There's a problem, for example, with Ted Cruz. He's an American citizen under the Constitution, but he was born in Canada. So there's a big question as to whether or not he is eligible to run as a natural born citizen. If you want to see why this is an issue, there are several long discussions in the many, many pamphlets and writings that constitute the so-called Federalist Papers that were publications to persuade the former 13 colonies to adopt the Constitution, and then also after that the Bill of Rights. And one of the issues they had was they don't want what we'd call in modern times a sleeper agent coming in here and qualifying as commander in chief and chief diplomat to the distress of the larger country. You have some interesting things right now. For example, it doesn't make any difference where in the world you were born if your mother was a U.S. citizen, because it's naturally obvious who's at least one of your parents. You're an American citizen, but under the Constitution, you just can't run for president. But we have had some very interesting and famous figures who had that kind of situation. One that comes to mind immediately is Winston Churchill, Sir Winston Churchill, Prime Minister Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty in World War I, Winston Churchill, whose father was of the English peerage and his mother was an American department store heiress who brought in money to back up the peer in England who was flat broke busted until he married her. So these things happen. In fact, they wanted to come up with a constitutional amendment at one time that was discussed so Churchill could run for president. But he declined because he became Sir Winston, and you cannot be ennobled and be an American citizen. So we have these things that go on in the past.
Real quick to that, because I know the birthright citizenship conversation is going to come up again, but I want to use Winston Churchill as an example. So be if he could not run for political office here, it's because he became a noble in England, right? And they're like our cousins. Why is it that we allow people who are illegals in this country, but if they give birth, their offspring are automatically citizens, but we can't have a, you know, quote unquote noble from England who has legitimate citizenship rights here run for office here, but we'll let illegals with no claim drop a baby, and their baby is considered a citizen.
Well, actually, Winston Churchill could have run for office in America, just not president or vice president. For example,
Still,
Arnold
yeah.
Schwarzenegger was a naturalized American citizen. He's from Austria, same place Adolf Hitler was from, but he became governor of California. You can have people who are congressmen and senate, well, congressmen and
Judge. I
and
don't know. Something. Okay, go ahead.
congressman embraces senator and member of the House of Representatives, because the first article of the Constitution says Congress shall consist of two chambers, the House and the Senate. You can run for Congress and be elected to Congress, either as senator or as a representative, but you cannot be president. There is that difference. So that is the big distinction. The reason for that is very simple in a historical context. A nation is a state. A state has three elements. It has a territory, therefore borders. And inside its borders, it has mineral and other natural resources. It has weather conditions, water, or it lacks water. It has access or it doesn't have access to seas. It has a population that interacts with the territory. The population also consists of a resource of the state along with the physical aspects of the territory. And it has a third element, the government, that controls the interaction between the citizenry or the subjects or the occupants of this territory and the land on which they live, and also deals with its interaction with the world. So those three elements of the state or the nation are territory, population, and governance. Now, at the time this was established in American law and in constitutional existence for the country, there was a vast desert of unsettled land that stretched almost 2,000 miles from the Mississippi River to the Pacific coast. And there was a need for people to fill this land. So when somebody got over here, that individual, if they became a citizen, or even if they didn't, because a lot came in from Canada and Mexico, they snuck into uh, bays and estuaries on the seacoast. And if they had children here, the children became resources of the United States of America. And at the time before the Civil War, a resource of the smaller nation state that we call a state, such as Mississippi, Virginia, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, etc., etc., who constituted the original 13 colonies. Now, to understand our government a little bit more thoroughly, a good way of thinking of it is to take the synonym for state, which is nation. So, what happens is you have these English colonies in North America, Canada, and there were several colonies in Canada. The part of North America that we now look at as the United States, which had 13 English colonies. You had the colony in Bermuda, you had the colony in Barbados, the colony in Jamaica, the colony in the islands of the Bahamas, etc. Now, some of the white people that occupied 13 colonies in central North America decided to rebel, and they had a revolution and staged the world's first modern guerrilla war, and they won. So that bunch of white rebels decided to form a union for the former 13 colonies, which at the time they joined up were in fact nations, small nations that did not have much power. And a good way of stating that is, instead of saying the United States of America, you could also say the United Nations of North America, or the United Nations of Middle North America. And the most glaring recent example of that is the Euro Union, where you have enemies of the last 2,000 years: France, the Germans, the Italians, used to be Rome. You have the English, they dropped out of the Union. You have Norway, Sweden, and such like, Denmark. You have all Austria. You have all of these countries that have been at war at each other with each other for 1,000 years, and they are unified in the Euro Union, and they have a common money, the euro dollar. They have a common passport that is ubiquitous for the whole group, and they have various and sundry free access between the various nation states slash states that constitute the modern Euro Union. So when we think of America, we think of the United States without immediately grasping that state is synonymous with nation. So we have a conglomerate of sovereign entities that started off with 13, now consist of 50, that have agreed to unify and give up some of their individual sovereign aspects for a larger overall sovereignty that was cemented in the Civil War. Before the Civil War, when you properly addressed matters relating to the United States of America, you say the United States are of the opinion, or the United States are engaging in this treaty with France or England or whomever it may be with. After the Civil War, after that bloodshed, it was the United States is entering into this treaty. The United States agrees with France. It became a singularity. But that is a form of address that must take into effect that you're talking about nations. So when you deal with this, you have to get the historical context. Here's all of this land that has not been divided up into states yet, not been divided up to a great extent, except in territories as large as the Louisiana Purchase that was acquired from France, not as large as the acquisitions that came from Spain through right of conquest with the Mexican American War, not dealing with California, which was taken from Spain slash Mexico and became a state in 1851. You had all of this wide open space. So to populate it and to build the country, you took what you had, and when you were born in the territorial United States, wherever your parents came from, you became an asset to the entire country. And in the Civil War, again, you could be drafted. And in fact, a lot of people were drafted, and they died in the bloodiest war the United States has ever had, but it was with itself. The death toll, if it was based on a percentage of the Civil War, were we to actually get in a Civil War today, would be between 7.5 and 9 million dead people. It was the bloodiest war we've ever been in, and the casualty count is approximately double the total of all the other casualties from all of the other wars the United States has been in. So that's got just a little history lesson on why we have this thing about citizenship based on being born on American soil, a natural born citizen, as a resource who can be called upon to forfeit his life in the service of the country. Now, that's long winded, but it's a necessary element of Americana that should have been taught in the same fifth grade I learned it in when I was in elementary school back in the 1950s.
Well, somebody in the chat, Last Resort, says he's saying what needs to be said. He's just making it too complicated for most. And I don't know if you are talking about the judge. And it's not complicated what he just said. It was long-winded, but he just summed up American history or the creation of the United States in about 5 minutes. But it was very coherent and it was simplified.
3.5 minutes.
Of 3.5.
And by the
Right,
way,
so
I didn't tell you what I learned in law school. I told you what I learned in the fifth grade. So that was, let's see, how
right.
old was I then? That was, wow. That was 68 years ago. So anyway,
Yeah.
I
And it's very
remember it since
important
then.
because it makes, if you know that, you could understand a lot of things that is happening today. So all right, I'm gonna go to, I don't see C Kane up, he must have dropped down. So I'm gonna go to Judge Sarah, then Real Queen, then Raleigh, Keith, G Rich, and Sexy Ra. Go ahead, Judge Sarah. Oh, she's not a speaker. I'm sorry, she must have dropped down too. Go ahead, Real Queen.
Madam.
Oh, okay, I'm here. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so no need for my full introduction tonight, but I'll get right to it. Black America, you FBA freed men and women, I'm speaking to you right now. In the most clearest terms, you dig, I want you to get this. Lay down your guns against your brothers and sisters. Side blood and Black survival, okay? Clean up your communities. No one else is for you, okay? Shift gears. I didn't have a chance to look up the Black woman who was shot in her home, police. So I don't know her name. I think it was Sonya Massey or something like that. I'm just going to say the cops were totally kind of and wrong there. You know, they didn't have to shoot her like an animal like that. Y'all think and like to believe an animal or vicious toward Black people, but that's not true. But I will say, I didn't know her. Apparently, she was suffering from mental illness. Importantly, Black people refuse to get that help they so desperately need before it's too late. Should have mental help before it came to that. She was alone, in her own home like that. Had to have the cops called on her and stuff. So it was sad all the way around. Her community, what's the word? Turned their backs on her, and so it's just pathetic. To shift gears once again, I told you guys, you freed men and Black people, not so long ago. Your power comes from politics on a local level. But going into the year 2025 and beyond, I want you to know that, better yet, I'm going to give you a job, FBA, okay? Since you can't seem to march into the city council meetings or the legislative branches and get your reparations, I'm going to give you an easier task than that. Why don't you vote first and foremost for Donald John Trump? Secondly, let's prevent, by all means necessary, the election of Kamala Harris. And I'm talking to you mostly, Black women. Don't vote for that cackling hyena of a witch, Kamala Harris. Don't you do it. Don't do it by proximity to Joe Biden or Barack Obama. It's a losing cause. She's not really Black. She's a fraud. And she laughed her way through the presidential election of Biden, the stolen election of Joe Biden. Okay. She failed as the border czar, failed to secure the border, and she's going to fail you. America, don't vote for her. If you get any inclination of voting for her, don't do it. Go to the polls and tell Kamala Harris no. She's no good for America. Joe Biden's failures are her failures, okay? And you need to understand that. And I'll land my plane there. Salute.
Real Queen, aren't you FBI Freeman?
Well, I would say yes, but I don't like to play in identity politics. You
Okay.
did.
Well, your
I
lineage
deal in
is that
reality,
you
the
just don't.
foreseeable.
Yeah, your lineage is that you just don't.
I did,
You don't accept the name of Freeman FBI.
well, yeah. Does the census acknowledge it? Does history acknowledge it? No, probably not. So I don't deal in romanticized identity politics, you dig. I deal in reality, the touchable, the smellable, the feelable, concrete, peer-reviewed reality. That's all.
All right. I want to go to Raleigh.
I think it
see
was
the
me,
judge
right?
dropped.
Because you skipped over me.
Because you dropped down.
No, I didn't. I don't know how I got down there. Where's the judge?
I don't know. He probably dropped out. Somebody probably called him.
Okay,
He'll
well,
be coming right
I'll
back
hold on
up.
to my question was for him, honey bun. So I'll just hold on.
Okay.
I want to talk about Sonia,
So-
Sonia Massey.
Oh, okay. Raleigh is up next. Did y'all want to wait for the judge to come back up? He must have got knocked off, and it's probably somebody probably called him.
He's probably watching the video to catch up.
Maybe he did click on the video and it knocked him out. I don't know, but usually when he drops out, he comes right back up. So I'm just waiting to see. I'm waiting to
So let me.
him.
So Dana, when I was talking, I wasn't Borgen, was I? A lot or no?
You wasn't what?
Cutting in and out of Borgen.
A little bit in the beginning you were, and then it
Yeah.
went back to you.
I don't know why it always happens when I come on this space. Maybe
is
it's
it the
because I'm such a
ancestors?
frank.
Is
I don't know. No, it's not the ancestors, the big tech agents and the deep state. Because I'm such a flamethrower, they don't like the truth getting out. That's what it is. Okay, so they're going to try to silence the truth. They're not afraid of group thinkers and identity politrickers. They're afraid of the truth and the independent thinkers.
All right, so go ahead, Judge Sarah. Because you were next. I thought you had dropped down a listener, but go ahead, and then I'm gonna go to Raleigh.
Thank you, Dana. Hey, Judge Joe Brown. Hey, you know what?
Hello.
I came in earlier and you were talking about Sonia Massey, and I'd like to take notes. So something you said regarding the officer, and you were saying to reference or to research what constitutes murder. Did I say that properly? Something you said about 20 minutes ago. You were talking about Sonia Massey.
Briefly, let me explain. What I was talking about
Mhm.
was the officer, if he was acting in the line of duty, would be claiming the same right of self-defense that any other person would have, or the extension of the right of self-defense to the defense of third parties, which generally in most states is defined as being subject to an assault by the deceased under circumstances that would cause the defendant to act with a reasonable belief that he was being subjected to a real threat of suffering death or serious bodily injury. In some states, they say that will suffice even if the belief was a mistake, so long as it's an honest mistake. It doesn't really have to be a fear in terms of fear as an emotional factor. It can be apprehension. What that means is a 245-pound all-pro linebacker might not be fearful of a 110-pound, 85-year-old lady slapping him, but he might be apprehensive that he's to be struck. But in any event, I sort of ducked out to go look up the thing, and I got a couple of good videos on what was going on and looked at the um, body cams. And I would say this. There does not appear from the body cams to be the slightest immediate threat to anybody. The woman is yards away from the nearest officer, and she is holding a pan that she got off the stove that they asked her to take off the stove. There's a pleasant conversation going on. There's nothing hostile. She's just, I don't know, maybe it's the boiling water. And she says, I rebuke you, I rebuke you, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, apparently to the boiling water to get it to cool down. I don't know. But he says, drop the pan. So she's got this pan of boiling water in her hand, and where she drops it, I have no idea where it would have been appropriate. So he shoots her in the face.
So he
One second,
he says, I will
wait,
shoot you in the face.
One second, Judge Sarah. One second, Judge Sarah. I'm gonna send you another video because the news reporter video, they actually have a clear, perfect angle of her with the pan. She actually put it in the sink and then put her hands up and stuff.
It doesn't really make any difference.
I want to see
there
it
is
though,
no,
Dana. Can you put it in
there
the
is no,
time?
from either any of them. I've presided over many a murder case, self-defense being a defense. I've tried many of them as a defense lawyer. I think 42 first-degree murder cases where death penalty was demanded. None of my clients are on death row. But I would say there is no way, and I usually wouldn't say this, there is no way they're going to be able to clean that up. It doesn't make any difference whether she put it in the sink or not. There is no way that she had a device that was sufficient to carry a lethal threat from her point to where either of these officers were standing. There was nothing that led up to this. There was no hostility. There was what could easily be characterized as a friendly and amicable discourse between the woman who was shot and the two responding officers. So there was no incipient threat. So even her utterance of, I rebuke you in the name of the Lord. Apparently, the way I took it was she was talking to the boiling pot of water. And it would
she
not
even
have
apologized, Judge Joe Brown. She said, he said to her, I will shoot you in your face. She said,
I got that.
She said, I apologize.
I got that, but there is no excuse for what he did.
Oh no, I'm clear about that. I just want to my thing is I want to get information on you regarding, because you said something previously. So and I don't know the full context, because what I question is why they were asking her for ID. They were
because that's just, you respond to someplace. Are you talking to somebody who actually lives there, or are you talking to a squatter? Are you talking to somebody who lives there, or somebody who just murdered somebody and stuffed them in a bathroom? You see, who are you talking to? The Supreme Court says you can request identification. So that's all they're doing.
The Supreme Court says you can request the identification based on what?
Anything.
I thought it has to be probable cause.
Anytime there's legitimate reason for the of police to approach somebody, or interaction between the officer and the police, they can request identification. Or to who are you? Certain situations do not require a response. But in that case, if they have probable cause, they can take you down to determine who you are, just in case there's an outstanding warrant against you. So, I mean, that's a red herring. All of that, whatever gets said, the entire circumstances, there does not appear to be a justifiable reason to exercise deadly force.
So what would be the charge? Because when I came in, Judge Joe Brown, you were saying to look or research.
Yeah, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is the officer would be relying upon, he had a legitimate use of deadly force.
He did not.
His use, just listen, his use of deadly force is the same as your entitlement to the use of deadly force. There is no difference. A police officer has no more entitlement to use deadly force than a civilian does. So the circumstances are, would you have had an entitlement to use deadly force against the woman under the circumstances? And it's the same from the officer's perspective. There has to be a reasonable and credible perception that the actor, meaning the person who uses the deadly force, is about to be subjected to death or serious bodily harm or injury, however they want to phrase it in the state. In other words, is somebody going to do you serious injury of the nature that could cause your death? And if they're not,
Okay,
you
okay,
can't
I
do it.
understand, but I want to ask my question. So Judge Joe Brown, what I'm trying to get at, I'm clear about what happened. Okay, what I want to know is what would the officers be charged with?
The
Is it
Well,
officer
it
is right
depends
now
on the
being
state.
charged. Listen, the officer, he pleaded not guilty to charges of first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct. He is being held without bond.
Well, I looked at it and I saw second-degree murder. First degree is a stretch, but you can always find somebody guilty of a lesser included offense. And under first degree murder, second degree murder is included, as is voluntary manslaughter or whatever degree of homicide the state calls it. But generally, there's murder in the first degree, second degree murder, and then there's voluntary manslaughter. The difference in classical common law is first degree murder is wanton and premeditated murder with malice aforethought, which means you thought about it, you reflected upon it, and with evil intent, you cold-bloodedly and calculatedly decided to take somebody's life.
That's second degree or first?
That's first degree. That
Mhm.
means it's shown by such things as you decided to commit the homicide by poisoning, by ambushing
By saying
somebody.
I will shoot you in the face.
No.
He
That
said I
just
will
shows
shoot you in the face.
no,
That's
that's not.
premeditated.
No, that's not necessarily first degree murder.
Can we talk about
That just shows the state of mind.
that?
Now,
And I understand
first
that.
degree murder. First degree murder is deliberate. In other words, somebody contemplates it, reflects upon it, and commits it.
I'm trying to make that case if I can explain to you.
I'm not trying to get you to make a case.
No, I'm
I'm
trying
trying
to make a
to
case to you.
explain.
You can hear my
I
case.
know, but you don't have to make a case to me. I'm not
No,
working.
I mean,
I'm
this
not
is for
getting
my
paid.
information. I've got a
I
question,
know, but
Judge
let
Brown.
me finish. I'm trying to define first degree, second degree, and voluntary manslaughter, or some states call it third degree homicide. Now, first degree is where the murder is intentional. Somebody did it on purpose. Somebody had a chance to reflect on the value of human life, etc., and decide to take it. That's first degree murder. Second degree murder is where the homicide occurs in a heat of passion, where the passion is induced by provocation sufficient to cause the actor to act in an irrational fashion. Manslaughter is where the homicide is committed in the heat of passion, where the provocation is sufficient to cause any ordinary and reasonable person to act irrationally. You get the difference? Second degree murder is passion based on provocation that is sufficient to cause the killer to act that way, but not necessarily anybody else. Voluntary manslaughter is when most people might commit the killing based on that provocation.
Okay,
First degree
so I just
murder
want you to listen to me.
when it's careful and calculated. Now,
And you gave me the clear definition, but I want to share some stuff with you, and I want you to hear what I'm saying. I want you to be open to what I'm saying because you want to shut me down before I begin. Okay.
well, I'm trying to make a point here,
Yes,
so
sir.
you were diverting from the point. Now go for it.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Because I have a reasoning behind this. And for me, because you're saying it's not first degree, you went ahead and shut me down. Okay, so when we talk about qualified immunity is when an officer harms someone during the course of his job. And
No, it's not. That's not what they mean by that.
what do they mean by that?
The officer, as I said, I knew you were going to go there.
No,
but
you
as
don't
I
know where
just-
I'm going. You're not
No, I
listening to
know- no, I
understand,
know, I
Judge. You
listened
know,
to
you have
this.
no idea where I'm
Look,
going,
yes,
sir.
I do.
You know, you have no
I've
idea.
done this. I've done this for 50 years,
And
and
I
I've
know
had
that,
hundreds.
and that's
Look,
one of
listen,
the issues.
listen,
You're not listening to
listen,
me. You're not giving me the
You
opportunity.
asked the same. Look, you asked the same.
I never asked the question, sir. You keep
Listen,
interrupting me.
listen to me. You're illustrating a point.
No, you don't know my point, sir.
Look, excuse me. In the hundreds of homicide trials I presided over, I got asked this very same question.
You don't know what the question is, sir.
I know what it's going to be. Now you're asking a series of questions. You're asking a series of questions. Listen to me.
No, you would never let me go. Go ahead, Judge.
Go right ahead. Now ask it.
No, I need
Go
you
right
to
ahead,
let
ask
me.
it.
I need you. I need you.
You have the floor.
I need you to let me finish, Judge Brown.
Ask it. You got the floor.
I appreciate you, and I want to
Now,
make my
ahead.
case
ask
because
your question.
Sir, what my position, based on what you said, is first degree murder. What I heard you, please let me finish. Okay, I understand. Okay, let me explain, because this is my position is this. Black people are not equal and free in this country. That police officers do not give the same care of duty when it comes to a Black person. And it's demonstrated in the behavior. So we won't only look at this particular case. We'll look at other cases in the same area. What he was doing, she said something about water. Let me finish, Judge. Okay. She was turning off the water. He said, "I will shoot you in the face." He shot her in the face. There was no threat. She said, "I'm sorry," and she bit down. So for me, you're not going to give me the opportunity to prove this, that this was first degree murder. And based on his behavior, attitudes in this, for law enforcement, I'm sure in his territory, this is the attitude when dealing with Black people. Okay. She had water.
You just asked a question.
I'm going to shoot you in the face, sir.
You just posed a situation that, as I was indicating, I'd heard hundreds of times. At least one juror out of every jury pool has asked that over hundreds of trials. And I knew you were going there, and you did.
But I'm going to come with evidence, because I'm going to do a compare and contrast to Black people and other people.
Listen to me. You can't consider that in the law. So it wouldn't even come up. What do you mean I
can't consider it?
You can't bring that up in the law.
I can't bring what up, sir?
You can't bring that up. That's a proclivity.
Please speak in a complete sentence. I don't know what you mean. I can't bring what up.
I've spoken a complete sentence.
No, I don't
need
understand.
To go back to school
I didn't get the predicate.
You need to learn it. You keep.
I'm telling you what gets charged.
The judge is telling you the law.
And I'm trying to understand. I can't bring what up, sir?
You can't bring up the fact that police tend to kill somebody because they're Black, and you can't bring this up.
Why couldn't I bring that?
You can't do that.
I cannot. Are you going to tell me I can't show a pattern?
No, you can't.
Tell me why.
You can't.
Based on what? Tell me what code. Tell me why.
Because you cannot do that in American
Tell me why,
law.
sir.
You cannot show a proclivity
to
commit a crime.
Explain to me why I can't. I need you to unexplain.
Because it's not the law.
What's not the law? Wait a minute. Are you telling me that civil rights is not a law? That you don't have a civil right to be treated like everyone else?
And
if law enforcement shows a lower standard of care,
stop for a second. Stop.
That has nothing to do with it.
You're not.
You're giving me an emotional thing. I'm just telling you what the law says.
No, I need you to explain to me why, sir.
I just told you the law is neutral.
Right. You're talking. You're saying that you're saying that if you were an attorney, you would bring up a pattern. And what he's saying is you can't use that in this situation.
Yeah. If you can't do that on the front end. Now, if it develops during the course of trial that you can show that defendant on trial has a history of discussing, I'm going to get me one, you can show that to demonstrate
Him
his
saying,
true
I will
intent.
shoot you in the face is aggression, sir.
Well, hell, that's not
I
aggression.
mean, you're not letting me
That's
speak.
not aggression.
I will shoot you
Because
in the
what
face.
happens, excuse me, sir, if you don't drop that gun, I'm going to shoot you. Or a citizen says,
Did
if
she
you
say
take
that? Did
one
he say
more
that's
step,
not what he said, sir?
listen to me.
He
Listen.
said, I will
Well, you
shoot you in the
stop that.
face.
All
He
right,
didn't ask
Stop
her to
that.
put the water
Why
down.
don't you,
Just Sarah.
do you
I'm
get
ahead.
this point
gonna let you have
that
the
there
last
is a
word, and then I have to
thing
move
called
on to other
protocol?
speakers.
Okay, I'll let you move on, but Judge Joe Brown,
Look,
you're not making a clear. You're not making a good case, and
it's as clear as it can be. You
no,
don't
you're
want
not,
to hear
sir.
it.
I need you.
You
You
don't
need to
want to hear
explain
it.
to me by the
You
law
don't
why I
want to
can't.
hear it. And maybe one of the reasons
Well, you're not
is
going to do this often,
also,
sir. I'm going to go ahead and warn
maybe
you.
one of the reasons I never got reversed for this.
You and I are going to do
I
this
was the
often.
lowest revert. Look, I had hundreds of murder
So just to
trials.
let you know, we're going
Not
to do this
one was
often.
I reversed.
Because
Not
you
one
have not
time.
said anything compelling
I
as to
just
why
heard-
I can't
Now,
bring it
I
up.
don't
I gotta
care
move
whether
on to
you
another
think it
speaker.
is
I
not.
know what
That's
you.
what
I
the
need you.
law
I need you
is.
to cite a law, code, or something.
I just told you.
Oh my fucking God, yo.
I just said it.
All right, I
Look,
gotta move on to
ladies and
Raleigh.
gentlemen of the jury, you are the judges of the law and the facts. The court is the proper source from which you get the law. Now, I was the court. And by the way, first case heard by the U.S. Supreme Court says all law in the United States is the common law. Quote, the common law is that body of, quote, judge-made law based on tradition, precedent, and the evolving conditions of society. In the common law, it is not written down. It is a matter of knowledge known to the judges and the attorneys who practice law in these states. The law is the common law until it is modified by legislative authority. So, in other words, I was the source of the damn law. I could change the law if I thought it was appropriate. There are at least
What happened?
There are at least 2 pattern jury instructions still used in the state of Tennessee because I was not satisfied with the state of the law, and I invented some, and the state Supreme Court agreed with me and said, henceforth, these will be the pattern instructions on the law. Now, I'm telling you what the law is in at least one state, the state of Tennessee. So there are no needs for any citations of authority. I was the authority along with the other elected judges who were exercising their constitutional authority. So that's what it is. You're talking to a source. In other words, there may be various opinions, but this source is one that actually could dictate what the law was. He might be reversed on an appeal, but he could say what the law was up front. So I'm telling you that there is no citation I need, but if you wish to see some, then I suggest that you go at least to the case law on what constitutes self-defense in the state of Tennessee. You went another place that is not the law. You talked about qualified immunity, which has absolutely no impact on what the law is relative to homicide. That's a new thing, a new idea people have come up with. And what the law is relative to the police application on use of deadly force is exactly the same as it is when it comes to civilian use of deadly force. Now, that includes the defense of third parties, which is usually more often than not the consideration that police use when determining whether to apply deadly force, one way or the other. I don't care whether you like it or not, it is the law. I don't care whether you have a contrary opinion. Your opinion does not matter because it is not the law. If you were on a jury, you'd be way out of line if you interjected that rather than what the judge told you. Now, that is the law.
All right, I'm going to unmute and I'm going to go to Raleigh.
Thank
I
you.
see you, Professor, requesting. I just got to bring someone down to bring people up. So just give me a minute. So go ahead, Raleigh. You have the floor.
But you unmute.
No, I'm not. No. I gave you. You had enough ample time, and it's just too much. You are questioning him, the judge, who is a real judge for over 50 years. He is the citation. He is the source. He is the one that knows. You ask him a question, you insert it how you personally felt and feel, and he told you what is law. So I'm not going to keep having a back and forth. If you disagree with him, that means you disagree with our justice system, with the laws. That is the goddamn law. So no, I'm not going to give you the last word right now. I'm going to go to Raleigh because I do want to stick to the 3-hour max.
You didn't let me speak. He spoke the whole time.
Go ahead, Raleigh.
Well, I know what's going on. You don't. You're a rookie. You're an amateur. I am a retired criminal court judge.
I never got
know
to
that.
speak. I never got to speak. He
Yes,
kept
you
cutting me off.
did.
He never let me speak.
You
But I'm gonna
spoke.
stop. You
You
never
spoke.
let me go.
You
And I
spoke.
disagree with
You
you. I'm not a
spoke.
juror.
Ma'am,
I need you to go back and get them 16 hours, and we're gonna take care of this
Ma'am,
together. You can fight with
ma'am,
me if you want
if
to,
I can
but
say
I'm the one
this,
to fight with. You want to? We
ma'am,
can do it, sir. Okay.
if I can say
No, I
this,
moved her from speaker
my
'cause
duty
that's-
right now,
I'm not doing that. I'm not
listen,
doing that.
last word on it. My duty right now is to assist the public in understanding the laws of this country. That's my duty. Now, you have an opinion that does not have anything to do with the current state of the law. You are entitled to that opinion under our system. You have a right to express it under the First Amendment. The fact that it is wrong is irrelevant. All I'm doing is on this forum, since I'm co-hosting, I'm not going to sit there and indulge you by acting like your particular opinion has any validity when it comes to the actual state of the law. If you do not like it, then you need to campaign for the appropriate legislative representative who might introduce some bill in somebody's state legislature to change the state law if he or she were able to get it passed and signed, and it survived the appellate process up through your state Supreme Court. Now, in the debate.
So, Judge and Dana and Judge, can I say something really
Not
quick
really,
to
'cause I
calm
need to go to
emotions?
Raleigh.
Okay,
I need
really?
to-
No. It's going to be real quick.
No, I need to go.
There are no emotions. It's just facts.
I need to go to Raleigh.
Cold-blooded,
Everybody's just sitting here
rational facts.
patiently. So
Okay.
just hold it. Raleigh, you have the floor.
God bless y'all. I appreciate the mic, and I appreciate the judge and y'all being here. I wanted to, if I could, I don't often get to speak to a wise old man judge like I do tonight. So I wanted to, if I could, maybe zoom out a little bit, and I hope it doesn't go off track a little bit. But I think it speaks to what we just heard a little bit too. I've recently been diving into some learning some fundamental principles of law. And because I read in a lot of state constitutions where it talks about, like, for instance, Virginia, Section 15, Bill of Rights, talks about a frequent recurrence to fundamental principles is how we keep a free government. And I didn't know what those were. And since I've been studying and found basically they're talking about maxims of law, which I think the judge is pointing to when he's talking about it doesn't require proof, because that's what maxims are. They are chief conclusions of reason. And so with respect to the maxims, Judge, I wondered if you had been taught those, if you've heard of those, and if you know that they're connected to due process of law.
Yes, I have. One of the most frequent ones that we got taught a long time ago that a lot of today's lawyers have never heard of, this old maxim: it is better for 100 guilty men to go free than one innocent man to be convicted. Now, that's the maxim. Maxim are ideals within the law and maxims. And then you have the principles of law, which are general. The principles of law generally constitute what's known as the common law. And then there are modifications to the common law, if not outright disregards of it, that come from statutory.
Can I ask you about that? So, like, one of the maxims that I've found, and what I've kind of referencing, is Charles A. Weissman's collections of maxims. That's kind of what I've centered on, because it kind of categorizes them and puts them in. And I got a searchable format too for them. So But one of them is that anything derogatory to the common law cannot be drawn into precedents.
Yeah,
I
that's
noticed
an
that in
old
the-
maxim. Yeah, that's right.
And then so like statutes and case law, if you will, can't be used because the common law definition, or what Black's Law 4th or 3rd or earlier, tells you that the common law is distinct from statutory law or enactments from legislatures.
Right.
So, like, if you can amend the common law with statutes, it would appear that that would violate that maxim.
Well, here's what the first case the U.S. Supreme Court heard way back in the 1790s. It dealt with the Sixth Amendment that says no case tried before a jury upon the common law shall be heard upon appeal except upon application of the common law. What is the common law? The U.S. Supreme Court cited a 1661 case heard before the English House of Lords, and they said, quote, all law in the United States is the common law until it is superseded by statutory law, regulation, or ordinance. The common law is, quote, that body of judge-made law based on tradition, precedent, and the evolving conditions of society, unquote.
Yes. Yeah. So what
in other words, it's common law unless the state legislature overrules it. Now, there is a case called Marbury versus Madison, 1803, that says even if a legislative body, in this case the U.S. Congress, passes a law, it still has to match the Constitution. And if it does not, then it's invalid. So that, by the way, is one of the considerations that applies to a lot of the cases involving such things as, did Trump violate any law by having in his possession classified documents that were classified at one time? So
yeah,
that goes to that.
That's tough. But like and I'll just, I won't go too much deeper into the maxims, but one of the maxims says that a new adjudication does not make a new law, but declares the old, because adjudication is the utterance of the law. And
that's correct.
So it seems to me that the common law is not made by statutes, but made by, it comes from immemorial antiquity and judges that confirm that law. Not that they make it, because in America, we said the legislature makes law, not judges, the judicial.
Well,
the judicial branch is only to tell what we said.
Well, that's not
in the constitutions.
That's not
that's a maxim.
That's not what American law says. That's a common misconception that's been told very loud and very long. Remember, the first U.S. Supreme Court, the 9 members thereof, had all been present when the Declaration of Independence was signed. They were present during the Revolutionary War. They were present and, for the most part, participated in the passage and ratification of the Constitution in 1789. And a lot of them supported the Bill of Rights, which was ratified in 1791. They declared that, quote, all law in the United States is common law until superseded by statutory law, authority, or ordinance. The common law is, quote, that body of judge-made law based on tradition, precedent, and the evolving conditions of society. That was a quote of a 1661 English House of Lords case that was heard 130 some years before. So that is the statement, and it also says evolving conditions of.
Yeah,
There is a body of opinion going around now that's erroneous, that the law is supposed to have remained stagnant as it was in 1791. It does not, because the very first case heard a year and so later says that it and the precedent from 150 30 years prior to that, 1661, in the English House of Lords, it was cited unanimously by the Supreme Court, said it evolved. So that was English common law. And that,
Yeah, which I think in our state constitutions and in America, we froze it, right? So, like, I realized that
well, no,
they
we
did
didn't freeze it. For example, what is beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay, what does that mean? A jury is charged with, ladies and gentlemen, you must find that the defendant committed each and every element of the crime that is necessary to constitute the commission thereof, and you must find that he committed each and every element of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what does that mean? Well, okay, obviously some explanation needs to be given. So that's where the common law comes in. There's common law that's been adopted by a state Supreme Court that results in what are known as jury instructions. Although you never see this in the movies or the television shows, a large part of the trial is the jury getting the instructions that the judge has written out at great length and read in the entirety to the jury. Sometimes you would
Sure.
have to read the charges for a murder case. It would take 8 hours to read them. And you've got
But
250 pages of writing that's in the trial jacket that the jury refers to. Now, what the common law is contained in these instructions. Now,
well, hopefully,
several things like what is beyond a reasonable doubt. I didn't like the charge in the pattern jury instructions. So in 1992, Judge Joe Brown of Memphis, Tennessee, wrote out an alternative charge of reasonable doubt. Some of
right.
the convicted defendants appealed that, but the Supreme Court said, although Judge Brown did not, in fact, read the pattern jury instruction as to reasonable doubt, we think that his version is better. Henceforth, this shall become the standard pattern instruction for the state of Tennessee. No legislative body moved on it, none considered it, none overruled it. For the next 25, 30 years, 35 years, that became 30 years, that became the instruction for the state of Tennessee, the law on what reasonable doubt was. And I wrote it.
Well, the challenging part, and I can appreciate that. Certainly, throughout our history, we have wise men that have wise ideas, and fix wrongs, right? Because we're always going to have some wrongs. We're always trying to strive upward, right? But like, what is subject to a judge is not subject to innovation. That's another maxim.
Well,
And then,
it is. Supposing you have a
well,
situation like the James Earl Ray case, the alleged killer Martin Luther King, where something comes up, brand new technology that can establish the pristine innocence of the defendant, in this case, James Earl Ray, that did not exist at the time the statutory rules came into effect. So, what happens when you have a totally new situation that was unanticipated by a development in humanity's state of knowledge or
well,
technology?
well, I think the judge isn't innovating at that point. The judge is just um, allowing the jury, which by the common law, you have to have, you can't take life, liberty, or property without due process of law and a court of record, moving by the common law and a trial by jury. And you said trial by jury earlier, and you were dead on right. And I like that because a lot of people don't know. Trial by jury is different than a jury trial, where the trial by jury, the jury judges the facts and the law,
Well,
and they can nullify.
that's every jury trial. That's essentially what the law is in the entirety of the 50 states in the United States. Now, what I'm saying is, by the way, James Earl Ray's thing was not a trial. It was a post-conviction relief proceeding. It was
Mm.
technical, but the point was, is at the time it got in front of me, there was no law relative to that. Now, I got reversed by the Court of Appeals, but affirmed by the Supreme Court of the state. And 2 days later, the state legislature passed an act making that the law as well, and the governor signed it.
Well, that's
So,
good because that's who should be making the law.
yeah,
That's who the people told
but the
to make
point is this: what happens when the circumstances of humanity and society evolve to the point where the law no longer covers the specific instance? Somebody's got to be charged with accommodating those new developments with the law, because the law is not stagnant, it is alive. For
Well, I
example,
think isn't that where the jury comes
no,
into
it
play?
comes into this. For example, I say often, and this deals with gay folk, get your freak on in the bedroom, that's your business. 1979, 1980, I had a series of trials that got the jury laughing when they found out what it was about. What happened was kind of funny. This guy had a house he got before he got married, stayed married 2 years, filed for divorce. Uh, his wife was supposed to give the keys back. Well, the guy and his new girlfriend snuck by his house on lunch, parked her car around the other side of the block. The wife had a key she did not surrender. She walked in to get some papers and found the defendant and his girlfriend going out on each other doing a 69 number. She rushed out the door, flagged down a passing cop. He comes in. We couldn't suppress his intrusion because he had an earnest belief that the woman had a legitimate authority to admit him. So he sees the guy going down, giving head to his girlfriend, and her giving head to him. So they both wind up in front of a jury with a charge that carried 3 to 15 years in the state penitentiary at that time for the heterosexual act of unnatural sex acts. So one of the jurors said, Jesus Christ, Mr. Brown, is that right? The judge said, Mr. Brown is informing you of the law that the court will charge you with. Jesus Christ, me and my wife do that all the time. You mean we could get 3 to 15 years in the penitentiary? And the judge said, you shouldn't tell on yourself. You have a Fifth Amendment right, but we'll overlook that. Yes, that is a possibility. So we tried several cases that I had several defendants on, with that being the issue. Well, not several defendants, just set of couples, because there was a mistrial the first go around. Somebody said it was just against God's law for anybody to go down on anybody. So they hung the jury up for guilty. So we tried this thing again. And this time everybody walked. But you see, these kind of things do happen. So the law
Yeah.
changes. In 1979,
I
we
want
had
I
a
want to
set
give
of
Raleigh
colored
the last
laws in
word
place.
too.
But,
Yeah.
the law changes. So you have
Judge,
to have it evolve to match the
well,
changing
I
conditions
I
of
think that,
society.
of course, I think it evolves, and I think of course, has to change at some points. But I think where kind of we get lost, I think, as just regular people who are living out here in the world, not doing courtroom stuff every day, is that we have text that created the government, and when we're told we need to, what we read, like the legislature makes the law, and case law is not um, law. It's a case, and each individual case is to be adjudicated using the applicable maxims for each to protect individual rights. And these are things I just read in you know um, my free time after work, where I'm trying to figure out what has occurred in our justice system to the point where um, we become subject to our own creation, because that's clearly wrong. Like when I read the Declaration of Independence, it says that just power is derived from the consent of the governed. And I've been taught and told that the people are the governed. And that ain't true. The truth is that the government is governed by the people, because they swear oath to be governed when they sit in our seats that we created. And then when I hear that judges are making law, I can tell based on the text that we wrote, which is the highest law, that ain't legit. We have representatives and we have expressed granted powers to them, and there is separation of powers for a reason. And so I think we've gotten some fundamental things off track for the last 50, 80, 100 years since Langdell and Harvard Law School decided we're going to roll with the case law method and trash the common law and call it the same as statute.
Well, the common
And I
law
think
is case law. Don't mean to interrupt you. In other words, there are thousands of pages of cases that lawyers and judges are supposed to either know, to understand, or to have access to looking up and refreshing what they have learned about the principles of law.
yes, so they tell they're vapors of the principles. So using a case can show evidence of the law. It is not the law.
Well, it
And
is the law. In other words, see, what you deal with is this. You go in and you talk to the doctor. The doctor has been an intern and a resident in a hospital and seen hundreds of cases. He is looking over a master surgeon's shoulder and watching the peculiar nature of the incision that this surgeon is making in a body organ in order to excise something that should not be there. You can't describe that in a book. You have to see it. So when he's operating on you or he is diagnosing you, he has all of this visual in his mind. He has all of this experience in his mind. It's stuff that only comes to exposure, knowledge, and wisdom in the application and the execution of certain things. You cannot teach it. There is no way anybody is going to reduce tens of thousands of pages of case law to anybody's statutory law, but you have to assume that there is a repository of people who, to the satisfaction of the charged state entities, has passed the bar exam and been certified as reasonably competent in the practice of law to be charged with the knowledge or at least how to look these things up. Now, instantly, I see one thing. We see the picture of somebody in some of these things on the case we've been discussing with Sonia Massey. And this is becoming the national authority on such things, but I have on good information that the person has never tried a case. So you've got effectively a rookie and amateur who's now recognized as the master.
You talking about Ben Crump?
Yes, but that is the thing. I don't know. Maybe he's have tried a case, but I don't know of one.
No, but he won't.
Anyway,
He's representing a family for the civil suit because isn't the prosecutors, they are going to be
I'm
representing.
not talking about that. I'm talking about civil suits particularly,
Okay.
because a civil suit, if you've got a badass trial lawyer, you're going to put more on the table because you know he can do more damage to you if you go to trial. If you've got somebody you know has never been to a trial or is very inexperienced, you say, I'll take it or leave it. Let's go to trial.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, well, we'll take it. Okay, fine. Then shut up and go get your client to sign off on it.
I see what you're saying.
You have, take this.
No, I said, I see what you're saying.
Well, I'll give you a pragmatic example. There is a gentleman still alive, still in a limited practice. He's down in Boca Raton, Florida. His name is Willie Gary. Willie Gary, out of the top 10 highest awards by juries in the history of the United States, has 4 of those cases, including the largest award to withstand appeal in the history of the United States, and 5 or 6 of the 10 largest settlements. 40 years ago, he got a sustained verdict on appeal for $980 million, which would be worth about $4 or $5 billion today, against a defendant. Now, do you think that man is more able to do something than somebody that gets, say, $28 million for George Floyd when the Minneapolis St. Paul, Minnesota municipality had a $250 million liability policy? You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm not casting any aspersions. I don't know all of the circumstances,
Well,
but
I want Riley to finish up
see
because I
what
need
I'm
to
saying?
move on to the other speakers. Anything else you want to say, Riley?
No, Judge. I appreciate y'all's time and having me.
Well,
I
you're
would
asking
encourage.
legitimate questions. These are questions that citizens should pose.
Well, I think what we've got to look at is like if I read any of the state constitutions, I got the Colorado one here. These are the fundamental instruments of the state, right? And the states created the federal. The federal is supreme in the 19 enumerated powers, but the states are sovereign, and the people are the ultimate sovereign and created the states. And if we're governed, so like if all the laws have to be in pursuance per the United States Constitution to the United States Constitution, and nothing in the Constitution say the people must or the people shall, then how is any statutes going against the people's rights?
Well, I can answer
How due
that.
Can you
process law?
quickly answer it? Because I gotta move on
I'll
to the
quickly answer
speakers.
that. Here's what the deal is. The people are sovereign, but once they set up a representative government to reflect their sovereignty, they just can't opt out of it.
No,
Now,
we can alter, reform, or abolish per the
no,
text.
here's the thing.
Yes, we can.
No, you can't. Not that
Go
way.
read it.
No, listen. You cannot
Go read any state constitution.
Listen, you cannot abolish it individually. It's going to apply to you whether you like it or not, unless
How does it apply to me? Don't tell me I have
it
to do
applies to you. Listen to me.
How?
Listen to me. I'm telling you, because it's called power and authority. The state.
Yeah, we got the most.
No,
we have all
no. Listen, the state.
Read the text.
I have all of it. Now, here's
No,
the
you
I have.
You
All right,
forgot
so
it.
No,
man.
I didn't forget it.
just
Just
let me
listen.
answer.
I'm trying.
I have to
All
get
power
to
is
Are you
vested
gonna
in the
let
people.
me
like I don't want
explain
this
it
to
to
be
you?
another back and forth.
Are you gonna let me explain it to you, or do you
Judge,
want to go?
you're trying to
We're
move
not
from the
playing
text, Judge.
ping pong.
You're trying to make law.
look.
right now.
Let me break it down to you this way. He's a communist, but he said it. Mao Zedong. He said, "Power grows out of the barrel of a gun." Now,
That ain't true. It
hold
grows out of a pen.
hold on. The state, the collective of millions, hundreds of millions of people, has the authority of a lot more guns than any one individual has. Now, if that individual starts a movement and that movement expands and the movement says we're not going to have it that way, they can either have a vote or because the Second Amendment exists for this purpose as an ultimate check
we
and
don't.
balance. The Second Amendment, if you do not
That's
have a
not true.
disarmed public, allows the public to
Okay,
stage
real quick.
effectively another revolution.
Real quick, Raleigh,
That's our way.
what is your disagreement or your grievance? Because just get to the point, because I have to get to
Well,
the next speaker.
yeah. No, it's all good. I appreciate the time. So the problem is the judge is going to have here is like I can read the text, and the text says that the people have all political power
It
of
says
every
plural,
state
doesn't it?
constitution.
It says people,
All
doesn't it?
political power.
Yeah,
All
the
people.
people.
Yeah, of course.
Of
Yeah,
course.
and who?
That
Yeah,
the
so
common law is a collective. It does not say each
it all.
individual. Does it say each individual person?
Do we have individual rights?
Does it say each individual?
Do we have individual
Listen
rights?
to me. It says not each individual person is a sovereign. It says the people are sovereign. That's a collective. You have individual rights to keep the sovereign collective from imposing upon you unduly. But if you want to
Hey,
see
can I
how
make
it
a humble
works,
suggestion real quick?
yes.
Well,
Riley, I think you should just go find a compound in the woods, go arm yourself to the teeth, call the sheriff up,
Nah,
call the
homie.
sheriff up and tell
Nah.
him that you're a sovereign citizen and that you follow your own rules. And we'll just read
Nah,
about you on
that's
the
a
news
hoax,
the next
bro.
day, all right?
Hey,
all right.
go
Why
read
is
the
this guy
con-
being allowed to cut in?
All right.
Well,
But
if I can put the period
moving
on
on.
it,
I'm moving
you know,
on
I
to
put the
I don't
period
want
on it.
anybody to cut in unless you want to rebuttal. And honestly, I don't want to have these 10-minute back and forth.
Last quick word. Here's how I dealt with it. It's not that I did not have people who advanced that. This is how I dealt with it. Officer Williams, that's one of my bailiffs. Officer Duckett or Lieutenant Bolden. See if your keys work in lockup. If they do, please escort this gentleman back to the rear and detain him until further notice and show him what collective power of the state means.
Honestly, Judge, a lot of times
Now,
you could,
that's it.
yeah, but
That's it.
try to keep it shorter because and
That's
push. No. This is what I'm saying. I need for people to get to their point, get to your question, or get to what you want to say, because what is going to be extended is maybe your rebuttal to what the answer is. So just know what you want to ask or know what you want to say. We don't need the extra back and forth, because if you want to, because you have to allot time for the judge to answer and for somebody else if they want a rebuttal. So it's just taking too much long to get your point. He got to the point. He should have just read the text from the beginning. And as soon as he read the text, it proved what you were saying, because his text said the people. When you're talking about law, and Judge, you can concur to this, but when you're talking about law, the law is going to be detailed. If when it says the people, it means you need more than one. If they meant individually, then it would have read each individual. It's isn't the law interpreted as to exact of what it is. It's not all the people meant individuals too. No, it means the people as a collective. If it meant individual, it was state individual, correct?
That's right. That's what I said.
So just I wish he would have just read that from the beginning, and then the discussion could have followed, because cut it it could have cut out a lot of time. So I need to get
Well, the
to
problem is, I'll admit, there's a lot in the head and a lot you go through over 50 years. It might take a minute for it to
yeah,
come
but
to you.
try to do it in
I
a
am
let me know.
trying. I
Yeah.
just tried to give an explanation.
All
I
right,
did
I want
not
to go.
realize how adamant this
All right.
person was
All right.
in
All right.
his
All right.
belief.
We got to move on to the next speaker.
Now,
It's
go ahead.
D Rich, it's Sexy Rod. I don't see Dr. Mark up here
All right.
anymore. Then I got to go to Brooklyn, Nico, Professor L. Hotep, and then anybody hands, and then we're going to close out. So,
All right. All right. How we doing tonight, Dana?
Brother
good.
Rich, Mr.
All right.
Rich.
Thank you. You're a lovely host as always, Dana. Judge Joe, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. Um, I want to just add a little bit to the conversation, and I'll try and keep it brief because I know we're pressed for time. Um, just going back to the Cheryl Massey thing, and as an attorney myself, who's been practicing for almost 10 years, to what the judges say, every law, especially in jurisdictions, the laws are different but similar. I practice in Louisiana. For instance, Judge, you mentioned about third degree murder. Louisiana, we don't have that. It's first, it's second, it's manslaughter, there's vehicular homicide and negligent, and those five. But
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
But when you're talking about of course, with in how it's written in Louisiana, sometimes it can be confusing, but it's basically what I saw in that video. However, certainly from a standpoint in Louisiana, would have been considered at least at the bare minimum second degree murder by what I saw. The woman, first off, police officers are supposed to de-escalate the situation. He escalated the situation from the moment he knocked on that woman's door and was talking ugly to her, telling, "You need to come out. What are you doing?" And all of this stuff. He was not friendly. He was not polite. Uh, they went inside her home, which she invited him. There was no problem. She had identified herself enough, but they asked for her ID, which she did, even though sometimes just identifying yourself doesn't mean you have to pull out an ID in certain circumstances. And the officers are the ones that told her to turn the fire off. And if you look very closely at the video, she's putting the pot in the sink. He makes a remark about we don't want when the other officer, the other deputy is stepping back, she is by the sink, and he says, and she asked him, "Why you're stepping back?" He says, "I don't want to get scolded." And she made the remark, "Oh, I baptize you. I'm going to baptize you in the name of Jesus." To which Grayson said, "You better fucking not, or I'm going to shoot you in the effing face." So when he did that, and then he drew his weapon, and he says, "Put the effing pot down." If you look carefully, the pot was on the top of the sink. So they keep saying, "Put the pot down, put the pot down, put the pot down." And then she grabs it, and it looks like at that point, and she nervously is holding it over her head. He fires a shot. He escalated this. And
As for what the judge is saying about Willie Gary and trial lawyers, and a lot of people have criticisms of Ben Crump. Crump is there to get the bag. Willie Gary, yes, is an excellent trial lawyer who has had won billions of dollars of cases. A lot of people, and I remember even when I interviewed Dr. Short, he was very critical of Crump, and he and I were talking, and he mentioned how Charles Hamilton Houston, who was the lawyer that trained Thurgood Marshall, he would go into uh, southern towns, rednecks, and this is in the 1930s, Dana, 1930s and 40s, and win cases. He took cases to trial and fought for his clients. A lot of people don't know about him, but I was just so upset. I was upset by what happened with Miss Massey, and I hope that her family gets justice and not just a settlement. Then the last point I'd like to make, um, just briefly with Kamala Harris and this thing with Trump. The way that this happened, don't y'all? I got a question. Don't y'all find it suspicious, Judge and Dana, the way Biden basically quit on his shield? He didn't do a press conference like Lyndon Johnson saying he wasn't going to run again. He sent a letter out. He has yet to do a conference. I haven't seen him publicly. Kamala Harris has been going around and winning endorsements. Immediately, I got notifications from people sending links to me about how we're going to do this for this black woman, black men for Kamala, there had these Zoom calls immediately where everybody is pledging to give money. Roland Martin was sponsoring that. They're giving her $1 million. Oh, I'm blown away by this. What has this woman done that we have to blindly just give her a vote just so?
I'm sorry, that was me. That was by accident. Sorry. Go ahead.
You were saying, Brother Richard. Go ahead, counselor. Unmute yourself.
Well, all right. Yeah, thank you. When you talk about her ethnicity, okay, her father is Jamaican and her mother is Indian. Now, she may be a woman of color, but she's not a descendant of slaves in the sense that we all grew up here as freedmen. Now, I'm not tripping so much on that part, although I think it's interesting because everybody talks about history. She could make history. She could make history. We just had Barack Obama for 8 years who made history. And what did that get us? That was symbolism. Why do we keep falling for symbolism? Like George Carlin once said, I leave symbols to the symbol-minded. This is painfully ridiculous. The stuff I'm seeing because she's an AKA. Oh, she could step with people. Oh, she got this fly dress. So freaking what? You're living vicariously through other people, through someone who has nothing to do with you, cares nothing about you. When she was an attorney general in California, her record, look at it. She held people in jail. One person, man, they had evidence of his innocence. They withheld it. She also, Judge, you've talked about her, what she did with the banks up there.
One West Bank.
Right. The housing with the black and brown families. I'd also point this out. I learned this from Brother Dwan B. I forgot about this, but the singer Nina Simone, her family, Kamala Harris actually took the estate from the family as AG. That's why, if you recall, Dana, I don't know if anybody remembers this. Remember they tried to have Zoe Saldana play Nina Simone in a movie? The estate had been taken from the family. So some white groups, I don't know who the estate is, but let's just say whites, they're the ones who are running that. So she gets, and that was because of, from what the granddaughter said, it was because of Kamala Harris as Attorney General. She took that away. Now, and I'm not even talking about the stuff with her, how she got her job with Willie Brown. That don't even bother me. But she was polling, correct me if I'm wrong, Doesn't she have one of the worst? She was polling as one of the worst vice presidents in history.
The fact of the matter is she has the lowest polling rate of any president or vice president that has been subject to these things in the last 70 years. Her ratings are even below Spiro Agnew after he was convicted in Maryland and in federal court of various felonies and actually served time.
Right.
Now, one comment on what you bring up. The delay in Biden indicating he would not be interested in the office, I think has a very sinister intent. And it's this: there are approximately 3,400 delegates that are going to be at this Democratic function in August. Close to not a third, but getting close to that are super delegates. And what they have set up is because of her piss poor performance in the primaries that selected Biden back in 2020 to be the Democratic Party's candidate for president, and her poor performance, which caused her to drop out of the primaries. They wanted to keep her from being subjected to any kind of balloting process and revert to the old time decisions made by party insiders in closed rooms. And that would be the super delegates. So relying upon the overreaching function of the super delegates, they wanted her to be the candidate for the Democratic Party without her being subjected to any yay or nay by any body of voters. So I think that's why we got that late release of
Right.
Biden indicating on an unletterheaded letter
Right.
issued to, of all places, for the first time to
But
X rather than published in the Congressional Register or upon the Congressional Record or through the White House agencies. I find that very peculiar, but
right.
I think that's what the intent was.
But she hasn't even gotten the nomination that, and even Obama, from what the news reports have come out, Judge, he wants a open, uh, he wants open candidate nominations. He doesn't want to just give it to her. Pelosi's come out and endorsed her. I saw Schumer endorsed her, and she's raised enough money for the delegates. But that even tells you how corrupt this system is, how politics is, because you have so many people spending millions of dollars on a job that only pays $200,000 a year. Your salary's set. And it's a very stressful, it's a powerful position, but it's a stressful job. And there was no way Joe Biden was going to me, was going to be president. But to make things even worse, with the Democrats screwed up. I'm talking about this from strategy, because when Trump won in 2016, that should have been the flag time for them. Just thinking, Dana, and hear me out, that they should have been training new people and fresh young people like they did with Barack Obama. They didn't do that. And they went with Biden because he had experience and as a way to pay off what he had done, I guess, for 45 years in politics. And I already know how Judge feels about him and the stuff that he did, uh, as a senator from Delaware. But we've gotten, basically, we keep, black people are conditioned. I got to say this in closing. I know you got to run, but get to other people, but I'll just be a minute. Black people are the only group of people in this country that votes out of fear and history. No other group votes like that. Everything is treated, from what I see, as quid pro quo, which is what politics is, which is what voting should be. To give something, you got to get something. If none of these candidates are talking about giving something to black people, and especially Kamala, I even look at what she said when she was running. Remember when they asked her if she supported reparations? If she said, "I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm going to do something that only benefits black people." No, but we got Negroes right now who are giving their votes blindly, and I think it's going to backfire in closing, because you see, the Democratic convention is in Chicago, but notice what's going on with Brandon Johnson and the illegal immigration in this country in New York and Chicago. I think it's going to backfire on the Dems. And that's all I got to say about that. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
That's
Appreciate you.
that's very good, Counselor Rochard. By the way, if you need a good Louisiana lawyer, Counselor Rochard will get you
Richard,
fixed up.
Judge. Yeah.
Richard.
Yeah.
I thought I was saying that. Tennessee flavor.
Yeah.
Richard.
Richard. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, my grandmother's from New Orleans.
All right.
One of many, but that's cool.
I want to
Yeah.
go to. I want to go to Sexy Raw.
Good evening, Dana, Judge, and everyone else. I am a true Black American woman, Black American Negro freedman, actually. And
Wait,
I
speak up a
will
little
not,
bit, Sexy Raw. You sound a little low.
oh, yes, I will not be voting for Kamala Harris. Okay. You already know which team I'm on. So can you hear me better, Dana?
No, it's the same. Are you on a speaker or Bluetooth?
My headset, hold on 1 second. I'll disconnect it. Okay, Dana, is that better?
Much
All
better.
right. So I was just saying, I am a true Black American woman, Black American Negro freedman, and I will not be voting for Kamala Harris. You all probably already know what team I'm on, and Judge and Dana, you already know I have this thing. I want to learn more about the 14th Amendment and how it's been applied right now. So, Judge, I have a question for you. I don't know if you already discussed this, but how do you read or apply the 14th Amendment at this moment?
Which part of it? Which aspect of it are you
I'm
talking about? There are
speaking
quite a few
about
things in
like
it.
the jurisdiction when you read it and it explains the meaning of the 14th Amendment that the U.S. citizenship extends only to those both born and subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
Well, that's what you call being born on American soil. The only place the United States has jurisdiction is American soil. That's been loosely defined as a state, a territory, a protectorate, a zone, a military or naval base, or now air base, a embassy or consulate. Now, it all depends on where you're born. So if you're born in American Samoa, that being an American protectorate, you're eligible to run for president. If you are born in Puerto Rico, St. Croix, the American Virgin Islands, you are qualified to be a president. If you are born anywhere in the world and one of your parents, most usually typified by your mother, since it's obvious who's birthed you, if that parent is an American, you're an American citizen, but you're not eligible to be president. The Federalist Papers that explain why we should ratify the Constitution go into some great detail about the concern for having what in today's time we would call a sleeper agent who, born in a foreign place, would be able to come back and subsume, say, the chief executive, commander in chief, chief diplomat position for the benefit of some foreign agency rather than for the United States. So therein lies the rub. Not whether you are a citizen so much, but are you of the special category of citizen that can run for president?
Okay,
Now,
so now when we're looking at birthright citizenship, how does that when you interpret it that from that?
well, as I explained earlier, when that was adopted, you had a continent that was essentially vacant outside of the American Indian for 2,000 miles from the Mississippi to the Pacific coast. And when you are born on soil, you are a creature of the soil. You are an asset of the country in which you were born. So you can be called upon, as most recently at the time that amendment was adopted, the Civil War, you can be conscripted or drafted and you can be required to die in service of your country. You are a resource. So the country was interested in acquiring a lot of resources. The country was effectively landmass wise the same size, absent perhaps Alaska, which is not inconsiderable as it is now, but it only had somewhere around 60 some million people. Now we have 360 million people in that same space. So our circumstances relative to a need for population density are a lot different than they were 160 some years ago.
So can the president then sign an executive order to stop like birthright citizenship? Based on
No, he can't. It's constitutional. He has no authority to do that.
But
so
they can't. I just want to say this, but can we have stricter immigration laws
Oh, of course you
to
can.
offset that?
The Constitution leaves the control and the standards to set up naturalization with Congress. That's the House and the Senate. Article 1 says the Congress shall consist of two chambers, the House and the Senate. So anyway, that's up to Congress.
I just want to say
But
one more
if
thing
they're
before I go.
arguing,
Oh, go ahead, Sexy.
yes, if they're arguing that the intent of the 14th Amendment is not extended to individuals that birth children on this soil that are not under the jurisdiction of America.
It doesn't.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't extend to them.
Exactly. So
It is a
how are
courtesy.
illegal
It's
aliens
a
able to
courtesy.
have children on the soil and they become citizens?
They can have children, but the children are creatures of the soil, so they belong to us. Technically, and some countries have done this, we could expel the parents and keep the children, but then you'd have to put them in an orphanage or a creche or something like that and raise them. So as a courtesy, as a nicety, we allow the parent to remain. That's why we can term them anchor babies. Now, we don't have to do that under the constitutional law, but then again, we might, because Article 1, Section 8 says it is the duty of the government to impose and enforce, quote, the law of nations. And the law of nations, as embraced by the UN, which we have a treaty with, has something to say about that in terms of human rights and protocols. And what does it have to say? Well, Article 6 of the Constitution say treaties that have been ratified by the Senate, which the ones in question with the UN have been ratified by the Senate, are part of the supreme law of the land, which is of three types: the Constitution, laws that are special laws designed to effectuate the Constitution, and ratified treaties. So those three things are the supreme law of the land, and why you might have an inference that you would say you have to have anchor babies. But we technically, under the just bare bones reading of the 14th Amendment, could keep the children and throw the parents out.
So I did one second on Sexy Rock. I did say to you, I was like, should the 14th Amendment be revised? And you was like, no, and that wouldn't be a good idea. However, you did suggest that another amendment can be added, right?
Yeah, you'd have to modify or undo the 14th Amendment, which is a whole can of worms, because the 14th Amendment extends due process to the states, and you don't want that out of the picture. You had the amendment to the Constitution that forbade the general consumption of alcohol, and then you had the amendment that abolished that amendment.
Right, because the point I'm trying to make here is you have someone breaking the law, and this federal government, this administration is even breaking its own law by allowing open borders. And she's supposed to be the border czar and hasn't even been there, but they are allowing open borders, and the people coming in are coming illegally. But to cover their ass, this administration, they're saying, oh, they could file for refugee asylum. However, on our law here on the books, we only allow 150,000 annually, if that, to apply for refugee asylum seekers. So again, the problem that I have, and that's where this is where me and Sexy Rod, we, getting at and agree on. You have somebody breaking the law, and then you have the audacity to give birth here. So this country is rewarding someone who broke the law by citizenship, by granting their child citizenship and extending a courtesy for them to stay. So,
Well,
but you
can
broke the
I
law.
briefly explain that?
Mhm.
There are numerous situations, one in particular, which illustrates the point. I forget the case name. We studied it in law school. In Korea, there was a guy that wound up getting the Congressional Medal of Honor. He had been awarded a Silver Star in World War II, and he would have been qualified as an anchor baby. But you see, he got drafted in spite of his parents' circumstances as illegals. And he wound up doing a great service to the United States by his military
All right, so
heroism.
just real quick, just for the sake of time
So,
here,
in other words, what it is,
wait 1 second.
the
Basically, the
child
United
becomes
States,
an
wait, let me
asset
just
of the
say this. Let
state.
me just say this. Basically, the United States extend that courtesy to the parents when they have an anchor baby, i.e., because they're looking at it, we can increase the number of soldiers in our military.
Something like that, the resources. You don't have to be nice to the parent. It just is in compliance with current international protocols that we aren't bound necessarily to follow. Technically, under the Constitution, we could forcibly detain the children as resources and citizens of the country and send the parents elsewhere. But that's just not civilized. I say, oh boy, we just
All
don't
right, I'm
do
gonna
it.
give Sexy Rod the last word. Go ahead, Sexy Rod. Then I'm gonna move on to Brooklyn.
Yes. So this is something I was asking because this is what Trump has said he's willing to do as a part of his Agenda 47, and it's to discourage illegal immigration by ending automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens and outlawing birth tourism. So he's proposing day one an executive order to shut off a magnet for illegal immigration, and this is a part of it. And I actually grew up believing that these were the black laws and that these 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment is not to be utilized, especially the 14th Amendment is not to be utilized for illegal immigration or people coming here, I say squatting and birthing babies on the soil so they can receive resources. And then it applied those amendments specifically applied to us in our emancipation and our freedom here in this on this land, and ties us to this land and this country and this history. So I
Well, you're
take
right.
offense to others being able to utilize that to gain
Well, you're
citizenship.
right. You're right. But you see, who else gets what else gets the chance to evoke the 14th and 15th Amendment? It's not even a real person. It's the corporation that was created by state action, a fictional person. See, what you're saying is exactly correct. Part of the reason for that language was not just necessary to increase the resources available to the country and personnel, but it also completely cleared up this question of, I don't care whether you like it or not. If this guy was a slave and he was born here, then he's a citizen now. So if you were born here on American soil, you are automatically a citizen. By the way, that's not inconsistent with international law going back hundreds of years. So that is kind of a common law tradition.
And real quick, you brought up corporations. So when they were creating a 14th Amendment and they said, which will include, black people, former slaves, if you were born here, you are automatically a citizen here. But they also allow corporations to be considered a person. And I believe that is part of the trickery that this government, and they intentionally did that because they wanted to allow corporations to be able to monopolize industries during that time in
1870s, they started it.
Wait,
They
stop.
did not have.
Stop. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Because I don't know the exact date when the 14th Amendment was ratified, but I think it was ratified between 1865 and 1867. But however, because the question is, why would you make a corporation why would you let a corporation be considered a person? They knew that they were going to allow the elite, certain people, part of the elite, monopolize industries, railroads, when you talk about the financial institutions. So when we talk about these major industries, that's why they allow corporations to be considered a person to monopolize and to keep certain people in position of power, because that makes absolutely no sense that corporations could be considered a person, because now when we talk about the election, they have more power, especially when it comes to money, than we, the actual people who are the human beings. So
now let me look. That's complex, but just put it this way: they have ingenious people, very intelligent, very, very intelligent people, turning their minds to business advantage. I don't think the 14th and 15th amendments, when construed, were formulated with corporations in mind. The corporations started coming into play about that time because America wanted a counterpart to the limited liability business entities in England that were created by Crown Edict. So what they did is somebody said, you know what? It says all persons. Now, if we get the states to declare a corporation to be effectively a person, that would come under the category of all persons, fictional or real, inchoate or coate, which means, is it a real live individual, or is it just something that is a status, creation, a concept? So they said, I think it will cover the concept of corporations. Let's try. So when it got put to the test, they tried it and it passed muster, going all the way up to this U.S. Supreme Court, which in the early 1870s applied the 14th and 15th Amendment to corporate entities.
yeah,
So that's
again,
how we got.
but
So
that's your, but see, that's your opinion, that's your interpretation
no,
of
I'm just talking
why.
about that's what it says, and it's ancient now because 1870 to 2020 is how many years?
Right,
That's
right, right. No,
100
no, 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 no.
years.
It's not that. It's not. I get that. So I'm not going to sit up here and argue with you about.
You need a constitutional amendment to exclude corporations, but as a pragmatic matter, you're not going to get that.
I know we're not
Because
going to get it. What I'm saying is they see that what you stated. Well, you think this is the reason why, and I think the reason why, so they could allow certain groups of people to monopolize industries. But that's and honestly, that was supposed to be the main subject tonight, but I added other stuff because of Kamala Harris. So we really gonna have to, we can still talk about it where other people want to bring it up, but I don't want to go too far in it because I do want to go to Brooklyn, Nico, Professor El Hotep, Powell, and KJ, if everyone is still up here. So go
I
ahead,
might add
Brooklyn.
one little consideration. Remember, at the time 14th and 15th minutes are being passed and ratified, you didn't even have a transcontinental railroad system.
Yet.
It was yet set up.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
still,
How soon after did it get set up?
well, a few years, but it was something new and novel.
Because
Nobody
no. Actually, wait. Actually, the rail people was laying down steel. You had the steel industry,
Yeah.
and then you had the railroad industry, and that was during the late. That was during the 1870s.
Yeah, but the
So it was a lot of
constitutional
corporate.
amendments.
There were you could name probably 5 people that became wealthy, and
Yeah,
these
I
are
know, but
families that are in existence today.
Yeah, but what happens is most of the people in the United States of America or its territories at the time had never even heard of these people.
That's
The
not where I'm trying to
newspapers,
go.
no,
I'm
listen
not
to
trying to
me,
go
listen
there.
to me. This is what I'm saying. The analogy would be what happens if we get regular transportation to and from the moon and we get some colonies or outposts of the United States on the moon or on Mars? What happens when you get regular transport between here and there? We had the idea of the transcontinental railroad, but we have the idea of transportation to moon and Mars, but it has not been a reality, it's not made a reality. So you have to understand that if we pass some constitutional amendment right now, that somebody may find a way to apply to something that deals with space travel, then that is a novel situation. That is not something that the amendment anticipated. That's all I'm saying.
I
Okay.
don't understand that. But Andrew Carnegie, he wealthy billionaire, and the Carnegie name it still resonates today when we're talking about
Million.
old money. So
But nobody heard
his
of
money,
Carnegie.
I don't care. That's not the point. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Andrew Carnegie, you don't have to know him. The fact is, the reason why you don't know him because he monopolized his steel industry because he was able to get contracts with the government. I would sell you steel so that you could build your weapons, but you have to buy it from me. So his multi-millions then he was considered in today's money a billionaire. So he and his corporation was considered a person. So that's what I
Okay.
mean, monopolizing industries, and you have the certain elite, the top 1% who benefited for being a corporation. And I do believe that the people who wrote these amendments, they were influenced and they intentionally did that for that reason, so that certain people could stay in position of power damn near forever. But I need to go to book.
I would suggest to you that if you research history carefully, you will find that these veterans who just got back from the Civil War, who were aware, even if they didn't go personally, of the horrors of that Civil War, did not give much of a damn about Carnegie at that point in time when they wrote the 14th and 15th Amendments following the 13th. There were other considerations. What I
I'm
would
not
suggest,
disputing that.
what
That's
would
not the point that I'm
suggest,
making. The point that I'm making is why corporations should not be considered a person. That's the
they
point that I'm
can't
trying to make
undo
here.
that. They can't undo that because there is a
Right.
precedent.
And my second point that I was trying to make is as to why they were even made a person in the first place. That is because these people wanted to allow certain people to monopolize industries. That's it.
They
Whether
didn't want
the general
anybody to
population knew these
monopolize
names or
anything.
not. All right.
They didn't
I want
want
to move
them to
on. All
monopolize
right.
it. It was just in the
They did
1850s,
monopolize. They did.
60s, and
Who
look,
else owned the steel
in the
company back then?
1840s, 50s, 60s, and 70s.
How many steel companies owners?
That's not the point. The
That's called
point is
monopolizing an industry.
most of the corporations in the United States of America that
They
benefit
continue to
from,
monopolize industry now. Look
listen,
at Monsanto.
most of the corporations in America that benefit from these amendments are not mega corporations. I'm a corporation. You can be a corporation. And what
I'm
it
talking about
does,
those who monopolize
look.
industries.
The point of the corporate entity is it preserves the investor, small or large, many or a few, from personal liability for what the corporation does. In
But
other
as far
words,
as the point
you
that I'm
don't.
trying to make here, as far as monopolizing, because I am right on this part with monopolizing. For example, Monsanto's, they control our agriculture. So when you have certain companies, corporations that monopolize an industry like our agriculture industry, that is a problem. So we have thousands upon thousands of corporations here in America, but
Yeah.
it's certain corporations like a Monsanto's that monopolize the way we all eat. and how we get our
That's why we
is
have what
produced.
we call
And that is the
antitrust
problem.
laws.
That is a
That's
problem
why
because
we
listen,
have.
let me just add this. That is problem because
Okay.
when you have your farmer in a certain state or in a city, which they probably have a business, they're a corporation, but they're not big and powerful like a Monsanto's. They are eaten up by the Monsanto's. They really have to answer and adhere to the Monsanto's rules and regulations, even though they are a
Look,
corporation. Because you
look,
have these corporations that monopolize industry that trumps every other corporation.
look. There is a thing called antitrust. There is a thing called the forbiddance of monopolies in America. American law permits the government to break up monopolies just because they are monopolies. That's what happened when we had this very streamlined phone system back in the early 90s that got broken up. Bell Telephone, which guaranteed that your calls were uniform, the charges all through the country were uniform. Everything was fine. Everything worked. Everything was reliable, but they busted them up because that was a monopoly. You see, the government can break up monopolies even if it comes down to a loss to the consumer. That's
No,
why we
yeah,
have
you're
these
right.
things.
Yeah, absolutely right. All right, I want to go to Brooklyn. Is he still there?
Hey, hey, shalom to the space. Shalom to everybody from the ISUPK. Let's shift this back to Sonya Massey for a minute because we can't let that topic slide out of the spotlight at all. You know, every time I come up here and remind this space that the white man is the devil, somebody doesn't like it. Somebody's not too fond of it. But this is an excellent reminder of who our enemy is. The scriptures prophesy in Zechariah 11:5 that our possessors would slay us and hold themselves not guilty. And that devil on that tape did not believe that he was guilty of any crime at all. If you saw the way that he spoke, what you saw on that tape was somebody who does not see us as human at all. He didn't view that woman as a human being. He acted like he had just put down a dog. And that's the way they look at us all the time. And as long as we keep on trying to trust them and trying to be a part of the society, we're going to keep on exposing ourselves to this type of situation. This is our enemy, our mortal enemy, and we got to stay within ourselves, separate from them spiritually, and build our people up.
May I ask you a question? What then do we do about, say, right here in Memphis, Tennessee, where I am right now, the 5 black cops who beat somebody to death because he was trying to rival them for their women? So how does that mesh in with the white devil being the responsible entity for all of this abuse?
Absolutely. Any black man who is a cop in this society is either naive or has bought into their ways and their systems. They're trained in their
Okay.
ways and their culture, and they were just a part of white supremacy, a tool of the
Now,
white
let
man.
me ask you this question too. What then would you say to the grandparents, the aunts, uncles, the parents, the neighbors, the residents, the brothers and sisters who are essentially terrified of getting gunned down by neighbors that look like them because they are out of hand? Uh, who's going to protect them from this lawlessness? Is it the police? Is it a posse comitatus? Or what is it going to be?
So clearly it's not the police because they haven't solved these problems in any of our cities anywhere.
So,
And so that's
who
why
else has solved them?
well, that's why we have to spiritually separate and build ourselves up. And if that reaches the point where we have a force that's policing our own neighborhoods, that sounds beautiful to me. But clearly it's not going to be the
what are the police going to be if they police your own neighborhoods? And are you going to declare a civil war and abdicate your allegiance to the city or the county or the state in which you find yourself? And then if you do that, how are you going to break away if they choose not to let you break away? Where is your army?
Look, there are other communities that police themselves. I'm sure you've been to Brooklyn and you see what the so-called Jewish man does in that neighborhood.
Well, yeah, but that's not quite the same thing. That's more of a homogenous situation. But what are you going to do with a place like Memphis where 75% of the police force is black, The chief is a black female. The sheriff is black, male, and 75% of the deputies are black. The majority of the city council is black. You got a black mayor of the city, black mayor of the county. The majority of the county commission is black. 75% of the jury pool is black. 60% of the criminal court judges are black and female. So where do you get into the racism happening there?
And that's why
Which
there's
is
so much work to be done, because we're so mentally enslaved and tied up into this culture, into this society, into the American way and the white man's ways. We as a people are mentally fully bought in. That's why I said we got to spiritually separate, because spiritually we're a part of this.
So I take it then you would be unalterably opposed to one of these types of whatever in the devil she is, Kamala Harris, being in charge of the whole thing.
Absolutely. And it doesn't matter who's in charge. It's all going to be against us. We're still going to be at the bottom as long as we're trying to, as long as we're looking to that for our salvation.
Why would we have to be at the bottom if we know how to exercise power? Everybody comes here and learns how to work the economy within a generation and they prosper. We've been here for multiple generations and too many of us don't seem to have learned. Why do you think we have this problem?
Because they have a unique hatred towards us and make sure that we're the only ones who stay at the bottom while everyone else comes here and prospers. It's set up
Why
like
do other people that look like us can't be told from us at a distance, and after being here one generation sound just like us? Why do they not have these problems?
I wouldn't say they don't have these problems. I think when you're talking about immigration, that's self-selective. It's still like, you know, a Jamaican might come here and be successful, but they still got the slums down there in Jamaica.
Sure, Kingston's a very dangerous place to be. They send out army patrols, fully armed platoons, 43 men with M4 carbines, M9 Beretta pistols, magazines, and smoke grenades, Kevlar helmets, and
Exactly. And
vests.
we see the state of Haiti, but Haitians come over here and do well because immigration is very self-selective. You have people that come over here. Those are the people with resources,
Okay.
support systems, and everything else, right?
All right. You have an answer. All right.
All right. Well, I would say this. The real devil is Monsanto's. That's the real devil.
Who runs Monsanto?
And then it's a corporation. Monsanto's is the devil.
They make you fake
who
food.
built it?
They're selling you fake food.
They're killing America and they are eliminating our farmers. So that's the devil.
Would a black man have created a corporation that splices genes together and creates freak mutant plants?
Black people. Yes, there are evil black people. Yes. When it comes to the dollar and power, yes. Like I said, because I'm still stuck on the 14th Amendment, and I know this is not the topic, so I'll just bring that up for Thursday, because these corporations should have had their own separate amendment. But whatever.
Well, let me ask a question. Is anybody here opposed to seedless grapes?
Yes, I'm opposed to
seedless oranges.
Yes.
Fruit has
How
seeds.
do you think it?
Plants have seeds.
Well, let me put it this way. Do you know how we get seedless grapes, seedless oranges, seedless watermelons? Nobody did genetic engineering. They just found some that were freaks of nature and didn't have the seeds, so you can't plant them. So what you do is you just cut off a stem and you graft the stem into an ordinary watermelon or orange tree or whatever it may be. That just takes time. And that's Mother Nature that does that. We just help it along. So what's unnatural about that?
It's not supposed
Very
to replicate itself. It doesn't have any seeds.
Well, it did. You just take the cutting and you graft it into the branch of a regular tree. People have been doing that for thousands of years.
Yeah, but
so
they add chemicals and stuff now. So
you don't have to add chemicals.
But they
to do that.
do.
I used to do that in the garden myself. We got taught how to do that in the 7th grade.
Yeah, but they're not doing nothing
We
in
all
the
had
garden.
to take gardening. Well, we all had to take gardening, so you learn how to do
no.
that.
Monsanto's ain't doing nothing in the garden. It's
Well, they
it's all
don't have
chemical
to, but it's the
manufacturing.
same principle.
No,
So
it's not.
what?
No,
So what? So
no.
what?
All right.
And mankind advances.
I wanna
Otherwise, we'd still be in caves
you are
worrying
not
about
familiar with
the saber
Monsanto's,
tooth.
Judge, and
I know what Monsanto is.
they're the devil.
So the devil or
Monsanto's
smart people
corporation,
who
yeah,
are
that's the
trying.
devil. That's Satan.
Yeah, but how do you feed all these people? We're stripping our ability to raise food. We got problems. A lot of plants are no longer viable anymore.
Because they're stripping it from the farmers.
Well, the farmers can't afford it.
Because of Monsanto's.
Not necessarily because of Monsanto. I used to have a corporate farming client. We had some interesting adventures. Some of them got quite lethal.
Somebody said in the
But
chat, Monsanto's is not trying to. Monsanto's is not just tying twigs together. No, they're not. They're doing all types of other stuff.
well, of course they're doing other stuff, but you have a situation where you're demanding more and more food with fewer and fewer people devoted to farming, and you've got a situation where the demands for food do not allow small farms anymore.
All right, one second, because I want because that's not even, I want to move on from now. I don't want to
Yeah,
disturb the
so I
conversation.
mean, it's just an observation.
Yes.
What
So
happens when
wait, 1 second,
get twice as many people?
One
There?
second.
But anyway,
So
we'll
I
go.
see you, Jane, and I see you, Latasha, in the waiting. I just have to wait for it. I have to send 2 people down, so just give me a minute. And I want to move on to Professor then El Hotep Powell. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. KJ and Elder. Dr. Mark and Stacks, I see you.
I'm just here listening. I don't need to speak. Thanks.
Who is that? Who is that?
Paolo.
Oh.
You pronounced it correctly.
Okay, so you didn't want to speak. So can I drop you down a listener because you requested to speak?
Yeah, sure. I didn't realize I even requested to speak. I'm just here as a listener.
Oh, okay. So I'll drop you back down a listener, and I'm gonna bring someone who's
Hey, just real quick, just on that last topic, there was a company, not Monsanto, but a different company that was experimenting with pig genes and soybeans, splicing pig genes into the soybeans. That's the white man being the devil.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Professor.
Thank you there, Dana. And look, always great space, Judge. Always good to hear your voice and opinions on a lot of legal issues and just about anything else that Dana brings up in the topic. So let me ask you this question in reference to Kamala or Kamala or whatever we want to call her. I will say this, she's a cosplayer. That's my opinion about her. What race she is, I have no idea, except that I know she's a cosplayer. She's cosplaying Black American. So, Judge, I have to ask you your legal opinion. How is it that she's able to become vice president based off the lineage that she's actually not an American? From my understanding, she's East Indian is that what they call it? East Indian or East Asian, maybe?
Technically, she's an Indo-Aryan, the same Aryans that the Nazis were claiming were blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They told a lie about it. They look like Kamala Harris. That's what she is anthropologically. The answer to this is in the Constitution. It talks about what has been interpreted as being born on American soil qualifies you for American citizenship automatically. She was born in San Francisco. My late former mother-in-law was, in fact, a delivery nurse in that hospital where she was born when she was born there. And so was my last wife, born within the same time period. So my former mother-in-law was possessed of a permanent visa. She was a Canadian citizen. She died a few years ago, and she was still a Canadian citizen. My ex-wife had dual Canadian and American and U.S. citizenship, but it was interesting looking at the juxtaposition of the situation, seeing somebody born of Jamaican or Hindu parents, both of them were Hindu, And being born in San Francisco is definitely on American soil. So ostensibly, under the Constitution, she's qualified to run for president.
Judge,
By the way,
she
there were 5 American presidents that weren't born in the United States because they came in under an early exception that no longer applies because there's nobody in that condition. If you were a citizen of the United States when it was became a nation in 1789, you were a citizen even if you were born elsewhere. And we have 5 American presidents in the early part of the country's history who were born in Great Britain,
now,
but they were citizens in 1789.
so Judge, I guess, and then again, you can't always believe anything that goes around on the internet or social media. But just like, with President Barack Obama, the whole birtherism, with this whole certificate, birth certificate issue, it seems like that is going around on the internet when it comes to Kamala, on where she actually is born. Now, I know you said San Francisco, but then there's some people saying no, it's not San Francisco, that it was outside of this country. So I guess,
Well,
that's what the question, why people are questioning who she really is, of course, and is she really American citizen? And of course, we know she's not black. I'm just gonna put that out there. I know she's not black American. So,
well, she would be claiming that she's black because she would have a great grandmother who looks dark, but her father says his grandmother was a dark skinned Hindu house servant. And he says, and I sat at a table with him and my ex wife at the Governor General's table in Jamaica. He was introduced as everybody's favorite Hindu professor. He said he was Caucasian, Irish, Caucasian Hindu, and that his ancestors, Irish, owned slaves. None of his ancestors were slaves. And he says they were Hindu and they were part of the British Commonwealth, or at that time, the British Empire, and they freely traversed here and there, just like Mahatma Gandhi once was a lawyer down in South Africa, a famous Hindu.
Real quick,
Now,
I have a question. But did she ever become a Canadian citizen when she was?
she was a Canadian citizen, and that is the thing. The question is did she abandon her American citizenship? But the question becomes mooted because she left Canada in the 12th grade and falsified her identity to get into Howard University. And that's where this certificate comes up that is confusing. It's a duplicate. I've seen those duplicates because I had to order one for my wife to get her passport from the same hospital. It says on there, race of the mother. It says Caucasian. It says national origin. It says India. On the father's side, it says race of the father. It says Jamaican. Where it says national origin, it's blank because they filled the form out wrong. So that's different than Barack Obama, who is possessed of, in circulation, a birth certificate from Hawaii, which took him 18 months as a president to acquire after I can recall ordering 3 of them for people that worked on my staff. And off of the phone order, they arrived special delivery within 48 hours. But it's peculiar that after that, the president took 18 months. And there's also a birth certificate issued from a certain hospital in Nairobi, Kenya, listing the doctor, which is a real physician, listing his phone number, which was at one time a valid phone number, his address, which was legitimate, his mother's full credentials and names, and it states she was 18 years, 3 months old from Kansas, United States, when she delivered Barack Obama, and it lists the staff who participated in the delivery and the room number. So that's in existence from an earlier point in Barack Obama's career. And that is somewhat greatly contradictory with the birth certificate that indicates that he was born in Hawaii. Now, if he's born in Hawaii, he was eligible for presidency. If he was born in Nairobi, Kenya, he's still an American citizen, but he would not have been eligible to be president because his mother is an American citizen. And it did not matter where in the world he was birthed as long as the mother was an American citizen. Now, the question comes in because the first birth certificate came to light when he was running for office in Illinois. He ran for U.S. Congress and got badly defeated by a gentleman who was a former Black Panther, Bobby Rush. And then he ran for the state legislative body. And interestingly, his opponent died a few months before the election. So he was running against a dead man. He was in the state legislative body for a year and a half when he filed to run for U.S. Senator to fill a position that became vacant when the Republican occupant resigned under a cloud of scandal. It's interesting because his Republican candidate, or opponent rather, also died a few months before the election. So he got elected over a dead man, and he served in the U.S. Senate for 2 years before he ran for president.
So basically, Kamala Harris is using Barack Obama blueprint.
Yeah. Now, one other
Well, I
thing
need
I
to
have
move
to
on to
add in
another
here.
speaker.
One little last point, very briefly. Vice President Vance has a more lengthy resume when it comes to government service in legislative bodies running for vice president than Barack Obama had when he was running for U.S. president. Barack Obama was only a senator for 2 years, and Vance has him beat in that direction. So it's interesting when people say he's not sufficiently experienced and qualified.
All right. Elvotep. Is he
Oh no, yeah. I'm sorry. The mute button was on.
Yeah.
I got a quick question. What's up with the Democrats? I wanted to just ask the judge his opinion on that. Are they breaking their own party rules by by going against what they were saying they were trying to do in 2016, 2020, and now 2024? Because it seems like that's what they're doing. They're breaking their own party rules and contradicting themselves. So I just wanted to get his thoughts on that.
My personal opinion is that they are taking care of their very peculiar rules, taking advantage of their very peculiar rules, specifically their senior delegate thing that they put in place to get Hillary Clinton in a position to be president, which failed. And what is going on is they're going to have 3,400 delegates that can be over.
Yeah.
They're going to have 3,400 delegates approximately that can be overruled to a great extent by what amounts to a little less than 1/3 of those delegates who have the super delegate status. So they, I think, engineered this purposely where Biden indicates he will not run at a point where it is too late to have any situation where she's subject to any primaries where actual people who are not delegates get a chance to vote on her. Now, what happens invariably otherwise is that you either have a caucus or a primary situation where the delegates have been selected by vote in various states and commit themselves to supporting the will of the people of their states as to who they wish their candidate for president to be. Now, we don't have that because now we've got a situation where there is no indicated person who has been through this primary process. So we once again have the equivalent of the old decisions are made in smoke filled rooms and the people have no say in it. which is a rather anti-representative republic. So there you go. I agree with you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm real quick. I'm kind of glad you brought that up because it seems like now, ever since that Biden has dropped out and he's saying he's endorsing Kamala, this takes away the attention from Trump's lack of security on July 13th. So I think that is a very calculated move by the Democrats to do that too. Also.
Oh yeah. And then mainstream media is acting as their agents. They're propagandizing strongly in favor of Kamala Harris. Even what seems to be a routine report on just administrative matters with the Trump campaign is always characterized by a known liar, a known convict. He has and he does, and he's done this bad thing. And they're trying to once again steer attention away from his heroic conduct after he got shot. And also the failure of that director of Secret Service, who, by the way, seems to have just turned in her resignation.
Yes, she did. All right. So I'm going to go to KJ and then Dr. Mark Stacks. And I'm going to swing to you real quick because you had your hand up for a minute. And then I'm going to go to the three new speakers, Elder, Jane, and Latasha. And then that'll be a wrap for tonight.
Yeah, appreciate it, Judge and Dana. Appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate you. It's just kind of noisy in your background.
Yeah, I'm at work. I'm at work. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. All right, so go ahead, KJ.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Ms. Dana, and greetings to the judge and all the speakers. Hey, I had a whole lot to say, but the wind, is not going with my sails right now. I'm just like so disappointed in us as American freedmen, Aboriginal Americans, all of the above. I think what happened and what happens to us and the gullibility of the people that actually are descendants of those that built this country, we just keep doing the same thing. I'll give you an example. That battle that we had with the OMB, right, this last year, and the determination of what we wanted to call ourselves, right? So, obviously, if I'm using the term freedman, I'm, for the freedman terminology. And I think every time we tend to call ourselves Black, it gets, all of these people get to come and attach themselves. I mean, we're having this argument, but is she Black? Is he Black? Are they Black? But we're leaving out the fact of our lineage. We have to be specific about our ethnicity. Just saying, you see how just saying Black lumps a whole group of people that are melanated and look like us into that category. And now we are totally about to lose as an ethnic group and as a lineage because we didn't learn our lesson about a race term. So I just want to say that. And I hope at some point we'll get it together because we're always at the bottom when it comes to that. And it's been established. It's been established by law. And that's the reason why she says, I can't do anything specifically for Black people because she knows legally that is a race term. So when we continue to use this term and then we complain, but we're not attaching our ethnicity to it, then we're going to always be where we are. And I want to ask the judge, and this is a legal question, but let me just finish my other points. So with the people, the 80-something thousand, Black people, I'll say Black, I don't know, because I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're American freedmen. I don't know if they're Aboriginal Americans. My people been here since 1600. So I'm going to go ahead and call myself an Indigenous or an Aboriginal. So I don't know who these people are that raised all this money for this cosplaying woman to become president. And then not even asking for anything because, again, there's no cohesiveness. So I just want to just say to our people, to all of us that, are descendants of those that built this country, we got to get it together, y'all. That's all I really want to say. And Judge, can you answer this for me? What is the law how did it become a thing where it takes billions of dollars to run for US Congress and or the presidency? Wasn't there a situation, and if you can help me out with this, where they were trying to limit the amount of money that was able to be donated for some of these races? Can you explain that to me and refresh my memory? I'm not really clear.
There's no constitutional requirement for that. It's just a circumstance. You expanded the franchise from a small cadre of people who owned a certain amount of property, possessed a certain amount of money, or a certain level of education, who were presumed to have a sufficient stake in the outcome of elections to really get into it. That has become a universal franchise for everybody. Now, instead of having a handful of people who can be reached by another handful of people traveling on horseback and spending the night at their mansions, plantations, farmsteads, and developments, and leaving the selection of the president and vice president up to a board of electors who were charged with such things, you now have hundreds of millions of people involved in this process. And the money comes in as an adjunct of what it takes to communicate in this society. You have Andrew Jackson, a racist dog, in my opinion, standing on a carriage seat and addressing a crowd of 150 people. And months on months, he campaigned this way. You have Abraham Lincoln debating Douglas, and nobody has a loudspeaker, nobody has a microphone because they weren't invented. So they were yelling out to the people so they could hear them. And you had a handful gathered around in newspapers, of which there were probably 15 or 20 in any large town like New York or Boston or Philadelphia or something like that, or Richmond. They were competing to carry as accurate a reporting of what was said or transpired as possible. So these newspapers got read, these people got around, and everybody was not entitled to vote. And even if you could vote, you could only vote for electors who were charged with having some expertise and personal familiarity with the candidates. So you had essentially a smaller number of people participating in the selection of the people that were the chief administrative and executors of this whole thing. Now, people sometimes say America is based on the corporate model. It's not. The corporations are based on the American government model because when the U.S. government was founded, there were no American corporations. So, to explain what our electoral process is about and why we have to spend so much money, it's this: the corporations who have stockholders are analogous to the countries that have citizens. The stockholders can vote for a board of directors. The citizens can vote for a board of electors. The board of directors select the CEO of the company. The board of electors select the president of the country or the chief executive officer of the country. We call him the president of the United States. So the models are similar. And the idea is that the board of directors that are elected by the stockholders or the board of electors that are selected by the voters would have some personal familiarity with the candidates for the various and respective administrative offices. So that's where we are. But right now, since we've got some changes and the electors are committing themselves to vote as the people indicate, that we have this need for mass money, for commercial advertisement, for hiring people to do the commercials, for ferreting out the factual basis for everything and the research and such like, and dealing with election propaganda and campaign rhetoric, writing the speeches out and the campaign strategies that are involved is big business. So a lot of people stand to make a lot of money off of politics. So the money gets spent, and that's why it has become so expensive.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you for explaining that. And I just want to just end with this. Even though we are talking about Kamala and and her nomination and whether she can win or not, let's not forget that the Democrats have us on the brink of World War III. Okay, we can't forget that we have all these distractions and all this stuff while and all these other things to take our minds away from 20 million illegal immigrants that have infiltrated our country and our cities, particularly in Black neighborhoods, right? To erase, the power of the Black vote and or let's say American freedmen. I'm going to just continue to use that because that's what it is. That's who they are targeting. It's not just a melanated people. It's the people that are from this land that built this country. So 20 million people that you don't know who they are. We're in about 4 conflicts around the world. So those are the things that we should be talking about, and that these the people, the Roland Martins and the Jennifer Lewises and the Angela Rye and all these people that pledge Greek. I mean, we know that they're off anyway for doing. But anyway, no shade to anybody that's pledged. But when we have such poverty and such need in our communities that we can solve with a snap of a finger, but you don't do anything. You don't rally behind that, but you rally behind a cosplaying woman, and we're on the brink of World War III. I want it to make sense to me. Thank you so much, Ms.
It,
Dana and Judge.
it doesn't make any sense except for the fact that it is irrelevant to the Democratic Party because they have become acolytes, they have become disciples, and they have become apostles of the rainbow faith, which is a system of faith that is being forcibly imposed on the United States of America. We are not given any choice about it, even though our law specifically through its constitution forbids having an official religion. But they are doing that. And when I say religion, I really mean religion. Think of Buddhism. Buddhism does not have a God, but it is certainly a system of philosophy that is long qualified, and it is, in fact, an ancient and honorable religion. What they're trying to do is take the rainbow cult and turn it into a religion. And it stands for the principle that there are no principles, no morality, no ethics, no purpose, no cause. So they are imposing that on us. And in the spirit of zealots and new converts or practitioners of this new faith, they don't care about the consequences, and they have an international perspective because now everywhere the United States goes, we try to impose this on everyone, whether they like it or not. So they don't care. But in the 20 some million people who have snuck into the country, there are several million military aged personnel who are identifiably affiliated with certain, shall we say, nascent enemies of the United States, specifically China, that is pledged to start an invasion of Taiwan by 2027, which is just 2 some years away if they decide to. And we've given away all of our ammunition, the big stuff, the artillery rounds, the artillery missiles, short range missiles, and such like to Ukraine and Israel. So we have effectively disarmed ourselves. And I read the Military Times, the official magazine of the Pentagon, and they are lamenting that they don't even have a full week's supply of ammunition in a shootout with a peer power.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about rifle bullets. I'm talking about air-to-air missiles, surface-to-air missiles, artillery missiles, and such that any American war-making group would need to survive. And we also have a shortage of fighter planes, a drastic shortage, and we are only 150 miles in location away from the Chinese mainland.
Yeah, well,
We got
that has nothing to do with illegals being here, because if we don't have planes for people to fly, it doesn't, whatever. But
no, what I'm saying about is the illegals, Dana, is the military grade illegals that have snuck in have not been searched, and they brought in military grade explosives. And if their commanders give them the signal, which they can easily get with modern communications, they detonate those military grade explosives that I'm sure have been emplaced by now in very strategic locations.
right.
And 911 in Pearl Harbor will look like child's play.
All right. I want to go to Real Queen, and then I'm gonna close it out with Jane, Latasha, and Sue Say. Go ahead, Real Queen.
Unmute.
Can you hear us, Real Queen?
You're muted, Real
Yes,
Queen.
I can hear
Unmute.
you. Just 1 second. I was
The
in the
answer, I was
kitchen
hoping
doing.
I was hoping the answers were keeping them muted.
I was in the kitchen doing dishes. Okay.
Stop.
Hey, I want to pivot back to that lady, Massey. What's her name? Sharon or Shannon Massey. What was her name? Sonia Massey or something. Well, it takes two to tango, and everything was going good in my judgment until she said her comment about rebuking the white male officer. Okay. She was referring to him as being the devil, and the cop picked up on that and he felt threatened. So was she holding a hot skillet or a pot or something that was boiling on the stove? If she was, the cop felt threatened due to her mental illness. And you don't know what people who are mentally ill are subject to do. So I believe at that point, and it's verifiable, everything went downhill. The cop immediately drew his gun. She repeated that threat in his mind to him twice. And so he immediately drew his gun, not saying he was right, not saying the shooting was clean, but I think she played a hand in that. We have to focus too on 63% of Black Americans who have a cultural mistrust for the system and so many other things. Whereas if they're afraid to go to the hospital when they're sick, or they're afraid to get counseling when they need counseling and other things. So what happened here was, yes, it was murder. I don't care if it's the second or first degree, but the Black community failed that woman. A lot of Black people look at other Black people suffering from mental illness and think it's a sign of weakness, a cop out. And so they kind of disown them, shun them, ridicule them. And I believe she didn't get help that she should have got. And she was just there on her own, abandoned. And it boiled over to a point where, unfortunately, she lost her life, you know? And that's all I got to say. And land my plane there. So it takes two to tango. For you get so rattled up in your emotions, believing, oh, the white man's the devil and all this nonsense. Just look at the facts. Peace.
Whatever you say, Bed Ranch. Whatever you say.
Oh, come off of it. Stop.
Well, I do
stop,
let people
stop,
rebuttal,
stop,
but real quick, Southern Belle and
Don't get nasty.
Southern Belle and you on YouTube said, Real Queen, to don't be too close on your mic, because I guess it's coming out real strong on YouTube. All right, so
I think Miss Jan Ryan had her hand up.
I'm going to.
Well, hold on. I gotta respond to this bad wench thing, sir. You're so conquered by the white man. You know, you probably sleep thinking about the white man. You probably showered thinking about the white man. And come on now, you're a fake
Well,
Israelite. Okay,
we know you
you
do.
need to. You
Well, we know
need
you
to
do.
actually no. You need to grow up and
Wait a
quit
minute,
playing
that's not
games.
me. How did I get into this conversation?
Exactly. You got us all mixed up. Hey, look, she's racist. She's
God
racist
damn,
because
I'm
all
catching
Yeah.
strays over here.
Okay.
All right,
really racist.
Well, hold on. Wait.
enough,
You didn't announce who
enough,
you were. Okay, you just
enough.
started talking and you sounded like Brooklyn.
It sounds like you got me on your mind, sis.
So hold on.
Okay,
Who? Wait. Who was the guy that addressed me then? Who was he? What was his name?
Because I'm the one that told you whenever you speak on Black American issues, please stop
Okay,
doing
but
it
no.
and speak on
That's
these
not the
now.
no. Hold on. What's your name? Hot boy. Who are you?
This is Professor. This is Professor, and I said, "Would you speak on these now?"
Professor who?
That's what I tell you to
Professor
do.
who? Professor who? Yeah, see, you're a coward, sir. So stop fearing the white man and grow up.
My name is Professor Black Knowledge, baby, and I have told you
Okay.
several times in these places, do not speak on our Black American issues because you
Your
don't know what
fake
the hell you're
made
talking
up
about.
Black American issues, fake made up
hold
Yeah, no,
why
no, it ain't
revisionist
nothing fake about
history.
her.
time out? Why can't she speak on Black American issues? She certainly qualifies as one.
You know, Judge, the problem is,
One.
no.
Just like
The
she's
people's
not one.
champion, excuse me, sir. Oh, first and foremost, I'm an American, but the people's champion has roasted your ass and you can't take it. So now you're bitching and complaining, okay?
Oh my God.
But it won't help you any. Just grow up, sir. Stop playing games. Stop fearing the white man.
Whatever.
Okay.
Okay,
Whatever.
let me post something
Hey,
in
look
the
here.
group.
I want to go to Jane.
Jan Ryan, I believe
Jan
it's
and Ryan. I'm
Jan
sorry.
Ryan.
Good evening. How you all doing? I have two responses, and one is to Brooklyn, and one is to Dana. I was gonna start with Dana, but I'm gonna go ahead and start with Brooklyn. Brooklyn, I'm a white woman. I was raped by two Black men when I was 13 years old. They were 18 and 22. I knew them. I went someplace that to show a woman my 8th grade graduation gown because I didn't have a mother in the home, and I looked at her as a mother figure. Well, wasn't there, and the guys were, and so that's how that happened. But the reason I even mentioned it, does that make me want to consider all Black men rapists? No. So the action of one white man does not represent the entire race. I detest when white people clump all Blacks into a certain stereotype, and I detest it just as much when Black people do it. You have to look at the individual. It is not what one person does because of their skin does not put them in a category. And 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 with regard to Sonya, because that's where this came up from, that poor lady didn't do it. I mean, she clearly the cop should have known she had an issue. She had something was going on in her mind that he should have. I think he did recognize it, but to be threatened over hot water to me is just as wussy as you could be, and pulling out a gun over hot water is just unacceptable. He was trigger happy, and he shouldn't be a cop. Now, with regard to Dana, from my accounting education, which is very old, corporations, um, you would set up a company as a corporation for a limited liability, because you could sue the hell out of a corporation, which is like called the deep pocket thing. But you can't touch the assets of the primary shareholders. Like, for example, FedEx, if a plane fell on a neighborhood and killed a whole bunch of people, they could sue the hell out of FedEx, but they can't touch Fred Smith. Um, so, and there's also tax issues, but I'm not going back to tax because I got burnt out on that 22 years ago. It's like, I can't deal with tax, but there's issues there. And I totally agree with you that Monsanto is indeed the devil. It has intentionally dropped seed on organic farms and then sued the farmers to bankruptcy to force to force them to use their seed if the farmer even survives.
Right.
So you're absolutely, I mean, that is just that is the devil right there. And that's all I have. Thank y'all.
Just to
Thank you, Ms.
respond to that
Ryan.
real. Oh, my fault,
That
Judge.
was very, Ms. Ryan, very well put. Thank you for that.
Is it Jan or Jane?
It's Jan. Like Janice
Jan.
is my name is Janice.
Okay.
But everybody calls me Jan.
Okay.
It's Jan Ryan. All right. Thank you,
Can I
ma'am.
ask somebody something? How do they know that the sister was dealing with mental issues? Had somebody actually come
Oh no,
out
you
and
know what? I need
confirmed
to
that?
put that disclaimer real quick. I wanted to put that disclaimer out when real quick when you first spoke at the beginning of the space. We don't know if she had mental issues, so I don't. People should not say that because that has not been reported. Her family has not said she suffered from mental issues. So as of right now, she was a sane person. Just because that police officer on his mic after he shot and killed her said the crazy bitch, that doesn't mean she was mentally crazy or diagnosed being crazy. That has not come out. So that is not true. What we know right now, she was sane. So
well,
Thank
let
you,
me say
Dana.
that.
Thank you, Dana, for saying that because everybody's putting this out there and it has not been
Well, it doesn't
confirmed.
make any difference. It doesn't make any difference if she was crazy or not under the circumstances depicted in the video. The problem is that she does not manifest it, and it's not like she independently sees the boiling pot of water. She was told to remove or turn off the boiling water,
right.
which she was following instructions. One officer didn't want to have anything to do with this and attempted to apply first aid to the situation with pressure to the wound to the face. But the other one behaved out of control. What I saw in the videos, I looked at several of them, were manifestations of fear. There is a problem today. Too many of the individuals who are in law enforcement have never been in the series of fist fights and non-lethal brawls that human males or sometimes females get in from kindergarten through 12th grade. And they get overwhelmed when they get in a situation where there is likely combat, whether lethal or non-lethal. I saw fear.
I didn't see fear. I
saw
saw a hothead and
not her fear. Look,
I'm
look,
talking about
not
the
her
police
fear.
officer. Yeah, I'm talking about the
The
police officer.
police
I didn't see
officer,
fear in him. I did
I
not.
saw it.
I,
I've been in more
I did not
combat
see
than
fear in
you.
him.
And
And let me
look,
just say this. Let me just say this about the police officer. The deputy accused in the shooting death of Sonya Massey worked for 6 agencies in 4 years. So this man has had problems in different employment areas where they didn't fire him. Well, some he was let go, but then he went to another agency. Then he went to another one. 6 different agencies in 4 years, and it wasn't a promotion. He has a history. So
he has a history of trying to prove to himself that he's not inadequate.
Well,
It
whatever.
works
But he wasn't
same.
he wasn't fearful for
He
his life.
I'm not giving him an excuse because it is the human condition to face
So the
incidents and
other officer must not have been scared because he was laughing with
no,
the
he
one.
wasn't. He wasn't.
Right, but the other
Which
one
is
with the
the
two
point.
shotter was he
Listen
wasn't
to me.
scared. He was not scared.
Listen to me. Human adults have an obligation to overcome fear because so much that was routine in the lives of humans for most of the time we have been on this planet would evoke fear in anyone. So, in order to survive, you had to overcome it. This person was not able to. Now, I saw fear, which isn't necessarily the type of gibbering panic fear, but it's fear. I grew up in the South.
He saw a
I,
woman who he had
I
no regard for.
difference.
He
Does
probably was judging her to be
it doesn't
crazy, but the
diff,
fact is that he didn't act appropriately.
I
He
know
did
he
not
didn't.
even follow proper
I
protocol.
understand. reason he didn't
So
is
when
because
people
going on.
now listen, if that was a woman police officer, because they sit up here and randomly shoot and fire off their gun or their taser because they're scared out of their stupidity. But that
Look,
guy with his
look,
body built, and then
look.
also,
It
wait a
doesn't.
minute, I'm not finished. Also, his tattoo on his arm indicates that he is part of some racist group.
That's got nothing to do
No,
with
it
it.
has
The
everything
point
to do with
is,
it because
no.
when
The
you
point
walked in
is,
here,
the
let me just
point
say this.
is,
Let me say this. No, let me say this. Because if it does come out that he was affiliated, it has a lot to do with his, not so much his intentions, but the way he perceived this woman. He had no regard before he shot
look,
her, during, and even afterwards. And then when he
look.
went outside and there was the other officers there, the other officers didn't know who shot who. So they said, well, where's the suspect? And he says, you looking at him, it's me. So it's whatever. He was like, well, I gotta go on to the next one. He gave no F's.
Some of the biggest punks I have ever encountered in my life, and I had combats with some of them, were the biggest things on the scene. Playing football, I did that in high school and at UCLA. Some of the freakiest, scaredest somebody's on there ought not to be. I grew up in South Central LA. Sometimes the fear isn't obvious, but it's there. And sometimes the fear is not of the individual that's involved in the confrontation. It's fear of failure under the circumstances.
Foster
Now,
in the YouTube chat, I said it right. It wasn't fear, it was cowardice. Exactly.
That's the same
No, it's
goddamn.
not.
It is.
No.
If cowardice is yielding to
Well, how
fear,
about this?
and
He's a piece of shit. That's what it
cowardice,
is. He's a piece of shit.
I'm not excusing him.
And he needs to
Cowardice,
be put in population while he's locked up. Don't segregate him.
Cowardice is the failure to overcome fear and act appropriately to the circumstances. Every human will properly feel fear. The brave ones can overcome it. Those who manage can overcome it under the right circumstances.
Well, honestly, I really don't give a shit. He's a piece of shit. And the fact is that no, he's held without bail. And I do want to go to the next speaker. Like I'm not changing my mind on how I perceive him. I'm not changing my mind, Judge. You have yours, I have mine.
You've never been in a gun.
I don't have to, but you know what? I'm not a coward. I don't have that kind
homicide.
of fear. Listen.
You've never
I'm not a police officer. I don't need to be in that position, but I know that I'm not that coward. I'm not that fearful. You have your own perception. I have mine, and I'm not changing it. That's fine.
Well, you let me make mine.
No, because you've been making yours, and I made mine, and I want to go to the next speaker.
Of course I have. But the point is this. I've been there, seen that, done that. All I'm doing is relaying observations. I'm not speculating. I'm relaying.
Not speculating either.
Okay. You want to talk about pro basketball. You ask Shaq about it. I don't want to
talk about that. I want to go to Natasha.
You ask LeBron about it. You don't ask the spectator.
No, if I wanted history on something, it's certain people that I can ask besides LeBron. I don't even have to ask LeBron. I don't have to ask someone who's in the NBA. And I could observe things myself. Okay. And matter of fact, why would I ask LeBron if I played basketball myself? So the fact is that you have yours, I have mine. He's where he belongs. He's where he belongs. Right. And the fact is that, and I hope he stays there. So I want to go to Latasha.
Hey y'all, peace to the room. It's been a great space, and thank you for that. It's kind of a segue into what I wanted to add to the conversation. He is in jail. It was horrendous, ridiculous. There's no way that you can fault this woman, especially if it is found that she does have some sort of special need. So it's ridiculous to say so. All of that being said, he is in jail. The problem is bigger than that, and Dana touched on a couple of those things. The fact that he's been passed around to several different police departments. and the things that he has been accused of throughout those police departments to be transferred and or lose his job. The fact, coupling that we are in a week where the incumbent presumed candidate for the Democratic Party was just given a free fall of $100 million over 24 hours from the same community without even a conversation, which policing is on the ballot, ladies and gentlemen, on both sides. Trump is promising 100% immunity to cops, refunding police departments, bringing back the pride and confidence in backing the blue. Ironically, we have a prosecutor on the other side, and I just dropped something in the purple pill that shows a picture of her that's made out of all of the black men that she kept in prison over their sentences in California for free labor. So it would be kind of interesting to see this black populace speak for these things before giving money. There was absolutely no negotiation or even a conversation around who is going to corral around our issues for this support. Our nomination, our support, our delegation is up for grabs. And if you can see Miss Massey, let's make a Miss Massey bill that you are going to reform the police department. You want to give them 100% immunity? Fine. But you need to reform them. We need to see some systematic change. Like there needs to be there's no conversation. This brings me to the fact that I believe we are seeing Black American delineation in real time. Everyone is not backing Kamala. And there are people who will, like the brother Vance Jones said, vote for a rag before they vote for Trump. So they don't even care about Kamala. They care about the Democratic Party. But this also brings me to what you said earlier, Dana, about monopolies. A lot of these industries that you guys were all just talking about were Black American industries, literally just 60 years ago. Farming, beauty. We didn't have Asian hair supply stores in 1980. We did not have African hair braiding stores or salons in 1980. We did not have Asian farming around military bases in 1980. We had Black farmers. We had Black beauty supply. We had Black hair braiding. We had Black barbershops. Matter of fact, up until 1971, we were 7 out of 10 of the business owners. And this is not just Black America, a specific set. People that had been here generations and had wealth and land here. All of our grandparents owned their homes here, and their grandparents too. So a monopoly did take place, whether we want to talk about it or not. And the Democratic Party had a lot to do with it. Misclassification too, but that's another conversation. So we're finding ourselves now where we're seeing Black is representing an umbrella of people. And the people that are actually the people who built the country are not being represented. So it's shameful. And I've heard some of these Republican talking spaces talking about the huge mishandling of money. The fact that African Americans are asking for reparations, but they came up with $100 million in 24 hours for Kamala Harris, who claimed herself to be Indian Asian American when she was inducted. That's interesting to have to hear other communities talk about how we can't organize and congregate around our particular ethnicity. But no one wants to talk about the fact that Black is not an ethnicity and that you have made culture ethnicity because she has hot sauce in her purse
She's black now, right? So they can galvanize black money, votes, and then we won't see her again for 4 years because she'll be on billboards in neighborhoods on Asian American Heritage Month. So it's strange to me that we are the only community that hasn't figured out why we are the only ones not playing politics. It's very strange. It's interesting. And I'm concerned because we have really fumbled the bag. They already have the money and it's a campaign donation. You're not getting it back. And guess what? When they realize that the support has not really fared their way, and Usha, by the way, is actually living in her Asian American skin, and her family holds support in that area. So, and she's JD Vance's wife, by the way, if y'all don't know who Usha is. She's going to lose that community to Usha. So this is going to leave them barren if Black Americans don't start seeing what they want to see. Some of them, anyway. Like we said, they're a loyalist, the D.L. Hugleys of the world. But if this happens, right, the money's gone. And it's been proven that if you're in a state asking for $200 million worth of reparations, but Black folks just in 3 hours came up with $100 million for Kamala Harris, there's a problem, Houston, in the Black community in the handling of money.
Right.
I'm just saying, these are conversations that are being had. Okay? And we haven't asked for anything. Not a thing. No negotiation. And if Biden, because what I think is going to happen is if the support gets lost enough and we get closer to the DNC, because they can do it any day, as you can see, they do what they want any day now. That's the type of politics cycle we're in. They can easily have them go ahead and say he stepped down because he's terminally ill. And guess who's your assumptive nominee? So did you really need to spend the money to support her? Or did you just hand that ticket $100 million with no obligations to your community? So yeah, I see some problems with the way things are being handled. And I see the play. And like my granddaddy would tell you, they never gonna change the play, baby. If you can run it down the middle and you don't have a defense, why would they change the play? So we've seen this movie before. We know how it ends. And I hope people are waking up. I hope people are understanding that delineation is important. We just want to see who's going to take the lead. I'm really wondering which community is going to take the lead, because culture is not ethnicity. But in politics, it can be whatever they want it to be. So y'all have a good night. I appreciate the time to speak.
Thank you. I really appreciate everything you said, and I agree with you.
Okay, can I clear up a couple of things real quick?
Interesting remark.
I gotta clear up something.
Are you rebuttaling what Latasha
Yeah,
said?
yeah. Not what she said, but some people. Now, regarding the mental illness issue, look at her place. It looked cluttered. And the way she spoke to the officers.
Right now.
Hold on, wait a minute.
1 second. Well, no, real quick, 1 second. When I say, and because I said it, I said you can't say she had mental illness because that is a medical condition and it was not highlighted, reported by her family or her doctor. So
Okay,
if it has not been, if it has not been reported, you can't say that somebody has something. You can suspect, you can, in your own opinion, but you can't sit up here and say she is mentally ill.
Okay, let me just finish real quick. The fake news said Sir Fentanyl Floyd didn't die of a fentanyl overdose. That was a lie. Also, a lot of Black people were saying the attempted assassination on Trump was staged. Well, keep that same energy. Is it possible, Black America, that the deep state faked this? Why would they fake it? So Kamala Harris, who isn't really Black, can use to bring sex and gender into this election like they did in 2020, thinking or mistakenly believing it's going to help them win. So just be mindful of that fact. That's all I got to say.
Okay. All right.
It could be a fake stage thing.
Let me add something about insanity
Yeah,
and
whatever you
crazy.
say, Bad Ranch.
Oh, will you get off of it? She's been around and she's paid her
And so let me
dues.
say this, Judge, before you go real quick. Let me about that quickly, Judge, because you call yourself, sir, an American freedman. Your body might be free, sir, but your mind ain't. You still a slave, boy, grow up.
Well, yeah, you definitely won too. Hey, by the way, when's the next master coming
And
in
so
your room?
how am I
When's
a
the next
slave?
master coming
How
into
is
your
that?
room? When the next master coming to visit
So
you?
how am I a slave?
Hey, Bad Ranch.
I don't fear the white man like you do.
Hold on. Let's back off of the person.
Go to the corners and ring.
Not what you're here for. We have other people that you can vent your spleen on.
Yeah,
But let me say this. Over the course of hundreds of trials, mental evaluations, many I ordered for defendants before I sentenced them. I think the best statement about the mental health issue and what you can see was expressed by a clinical psychologist and also seconded by a psychiatrist during the testimony relative to a kidnapping trial wherein a person was mentally ill who was involved. The psychiatrist and the doctor of psychology both testified that upon being asked the same question by the prosecution, said, "When did I decide he was crazy?" Said, "As soon as he walked in the room, I could tell he was crazy. If you want to put it in layman's terms, I didn't even have to administer any test, but I did, and it backed up my impression." Now, one of the things you have to understand is one of the problems with law enforcement today is they're not really testing to determine whether the individual in question is sufficiently able to deal with certain types of stress. That's why they used to have, and still to an extent do have, a preference for combat veterans or other people who have done something that indicates their ability to handle stress. So we don't always do that. And now, one proposition I have to put to the whole panel, since we get to talking about it: what would we be saying right now if the Confederacy had won the war because Lee prevailed over the Union generals until, let's say, Lincoln did not appoint Grant, or Grant got killed? And
honestly, one second, Judge. I don't
can
mean
you
to cut.
just
I don't mean to cut
me,
you off.
please?
I don't want nobody to answer that because it's late.
Okay, now I don't care whether they answer, just consider it. Let's suppose the Confederacy had won the Civil War. And what happens is recently there was a reconciliation and the South decided to free its slaves. Would we be having the same discussion about who is entitled to be considered in what group based on the fact that a different set of white people won their combat with each other? Or
Yes.
to put it more succinctly,
And I know
yeah, we
Dana
probably
said that
would,
she
but
don't want this conversation, but
Yeah, I
I'd
don't
like
know
for
why
us
you
to have
chose
it
that.
another
We
day
are
now
over
I
the
didn't
because
3 hour
we
ask
mark.
you.
represent the South.
Now listen, the other thing is, if you go back a little further, England had North American colonies. Canada had several. Central, well, the main part of the North American continent had 13. You had the Caribbean colonies, Barbados, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and you had Bermuda, and they were all part of the crown colony situation. 13 of them decided to have a revolution, and they won their revolution. So the Negroes that they took along with them became part of this select group we now acknowledge because of what their white masters did versus their circumstances vis-a-vis all of the rest of the slaves in the English colonies. They now have a special status because of what their white masters did, not anything they did that was
Well,
different
some of
than
them
any
were of royal cloth
other.
too, Judge. Some of those were swarthy people of royal cloth
Yeah,
that
well,
went
I'm
into
just
those
saying,
areas. Those weren't just black slaves. And we have to
I know,
break
but
that narrative because a lot of these
okay,
faces are still here and their descendants
okay,
are still
fine,
here among us. And this is the
fine.
reason why we don't have unity because these are not our people.
That's not
We
the reason we
well,
don't
if we're
have
not the
unity.
same, if we don't have the same moral
We don't
backgrounds,
have
we don't have this,
unity.
we don't come from the same lands, we're not
We
the
come
same.
from the
So
same.
we're not
We
going to be
come
able
from
to
the,
unify morally. We
ma'am.
may be able to
We come.
unify politically, but we'd have to understand that morally and ethnically we're different and then come
Okay.
together under similar political views like every other
Why would I?
community does in the world.
Why would I see differently for some brothers in Jamaica who were under the
Because
same
those
slave
brothers'
system?
families might have come from Europe and they have a
So
different
what?
and we're not from there.
So
We
I'm,
don't
what?
I'm
have
trying
the
to
same
figure out where's
culture.
this
We don't
So
have the
going.
what?
same background. We're not
Where?
the
Let me.
same.
Wait 1 second, guys.
Okay.
Everybody,
You
just one
wanna?
second.
You didn't let me finish
Why
What
would
is
an
talking.
the point you're trying?
Irishman and
I'm
a
trying to figure
Scottish
out what is the
man not
point the
get
judge
along?
trying to
Well,
make.
let's put it this way. Let me ask you this: have you had your DNA done?
No. I just what was the point you're trying to make, Judge?
In other words, the point is we
I'm Cha-Cha
all
just like you, sir.
the well, hold on. The point I'm making is that we all, if you have black ancestry and you've been in what were the former colonies long enough, we all have the same circumstances. We were in some English
Sir, what
colonies.
we don't though.
Some of them, listen, let me finish, ma'am, be polite. Some of them staged a revolution because we happen to have masters who were in the successful revolution. We now consider ourselves off of things and circumstances we had nothing to do with as somehow separate and apart from those slaves whose masters stayed loyal to the crown. And we have another problem. There is a thing called the Maroons. The Maroons freed themselves from slavery in the islands on their own without any white folk having to be involved. We had to require a civil war in which 1/3 of the Union Army wound up being black. That's okay. The 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment. And we were not free men. We were freed with a D men. Somebody
Well,
freed
let me
us.
interject this real quick
So
because
why do we
when
hold
you bring up
ourselves
wait
separate and
when
apart?
you it was only one group of people within this Western Hemisphere when we're talking about enslaved Africans going back then, and that was Haiti that actually revolted and stayed and did a revolution and overthrew the quote unquote white man, white supremacy. No other island that was occupied at that
Yes,
time
they
did
did.
that.
The
Now,
Maroons.
when you talk about the
The
Maroons,
Maroons.
let me finish. Let me finish. When you talk about the Maroons were a collective of people. It wasn't all Jamaicans. It wasn't even the majority. It was a collective of people that were able to go up in those woods and they made sure to keep the white person out. So they lived in their own colony up in the mountains, and those white people was too scared to go up there because their asses would not come back down
Sounds
alive.
beautiful.
That was a collective. Please stop. That was a collective of people in Jamaica. The majority of the enslaved Africans in Jamaica that ended up what we call Jamaicans today, the majority were enslaved. They did not revolt against the white person to kick them out. And when slavery was ended, the crown still colonized Jamaica. They was under
Okay.
the English crown. They was still under English government, under English rule. Only the small collective of the Maroons fled up in the mountains and killed anybody that came up there. That was not the majority of the Jamaicans.
What's the difference between that and the American
No,
Revolution?
it's not a difference, because what that was a revolt, and there have been plenty of revolts here in America within the 13 colonies amongst enslaved Africans that were brought here.
Well,
It's
no,
just
that's
so
not my
happened. Wait, let
point,
me finish
Dana.
now. Let me finish. The same in Brazil, because that is the most highly populated of African descent in Brazil. They have revolts too, but Haiti is the only country, the only island that actually had a revolution and overturned and threw out the white man. No
Oh,
other nation, no other country has done that within the Western Hemisphere.
And then it's
let me
important for us to
wait.
invoke lineage and
Let me
history.
ask you a question. What is the difference between what the Maroons did relative to the rest of the dark population of Jamaica and what the select group of colonists who decided to rebel against England represent relative to a large number
And that
of the
has nothing to
settlers
do with the
here?
conversation
It
of
Excuse
tonight,
doesn't.
and I
me,
don't
it
want to talk about
does.
And
slavery
the
A
answer
because,
would
like
large
I
be,
said,
and
the
I
number
could give
of
you
majority
the
an
of the
answer,
colonists
sir.
Jamaicans,
were
not
loyal
even
to
the,
the
I'm sorry,
crown.
the majority of the enslaved Africans at that time were enslaved. And to make it
Okay,
worse, to make it
and
bad, wait, let me say
that's
this.
not
Let me
my
just say this.
point.
Let me just say this. And to make it bad, the fact is that the majority were Africans. The slaves, the white man was the minority, but they were still enslaved. To whereas here on this land, the minority were the enslaved and the majority were white people. So it was,
Okay,
so
that's
wait,
not my
no.
point.
So so you have a small collective of the Maroons. Of course, they probably populate within themselves, but the majority of those enslaved Africans remained enslaved,
Okay,
and
now
but there were not enough white people to
let
even keep
me.
you enslaved there. So you had enough people to even overthrow those
l-
white masters in Jamaica, and they did
Okay,
not.
now all well and good. Let me point this out to you. Sometimes a minority can make a hell of a difference. A
But it
minority.
did not in
Would you
Jamaica.
let me finish my point? A minority of colonists in what became the United States started the revolution. A minority. It wasn't a majority thing. They got free, and now we have a
But
great
just
nation
okay, so can
as a
you bring
result of
it
a
back
minority.
to
Now,
why
bringing
why
it
did you
back
go
to
down
the
this
thing
rabbit
right
hole?
here, when
Because
I
it's
said
getting
the
late, and you
Maroons,
know I cannot do these
when
long
I said the
spaces.
Maroons, well, let me stop interrupting me, and I
You
can
went
finish
off. You
very
talking
quickly.
about slavery in Jamaica? With that's not what
Okay,
we're
I'm
talking
talking
about right
about
now.
Jamaica is a former English
I don't
colony.
care. What
The
does that have to do
United
with what we
States
was talking
was a
about?
former English colony. The slaves in the United States belonged to English colonists. The slaves in Jamaica belonged to English
And
colonists.
all of them were
One
African.
set of
So
white
then what? I
colonists
don't. I'm trying to
staged a
understand what is the
revolution.
point at
Wait a
the end of
minute. The
this.
point, listen, stop interrupting, please. The point of the question is, what is the difference between the status of slaves for one set of white settlers who did not revolt and the status of slaves for a set of
All right. So
settlers who
okay,
did
I get it.
revolt?
I
So
get it.
what
All right.
makes them
So
different?
the difference is the difference is because we had to go down to grandmother's house around a mulberry bush, and it's past midnight. And I don't want. I'm not yelling. I'm not trying to yell, but you know how I am after a certain time. The difference is when it comes to reparations, they don't have a claim to our reparations here. The Jamaicans and everybody else in Brazil and everybody else within the Western Hemisphere that was enslaved, they have their own reparations, which is CARICOM. They have no claim of reparations here in this country.
Well,
That's what we're
maybe they're
talking
not
about
interested.
reparations when we want to delineate. Now, when it comes to
Well,
you being, I'm not finished. When it comes to you being a black immigrant, there always been black immigrants coming here, and a lot of black Americans advocated for black immigrants to come here, especially after the 1966 Naturalization Act that was upgraded. However, these new immigrants that are coming here since the early 2000s, they have no idea of American history. I'm not even going to talk about the black history with them. They just want to come here and make money. To whereas the immigrants of yesteryear, they came here in solidarity for all of us to empower Blackness. So it's the different of types of immigrations that we have today. However, the point of slavery, i.e. reparations, they don't have a claim to our reparations, and we don't have a claim to theirs. Can we move on? We have one more speaker that did not get a chance to speak because now we delineated into a subject that's not even part of tonight's conversation.
If I might say one last thing, most of the new immigrants don't give a flying fuck about reparations.
I don't care
They don't
about
care.
them either.
They don't care about reparations.
So why are we talking about
we
the
shouldn't
immigrants?
let
I don't
that
give a shit
be.
about the immigrants.
We should allow ourselves to consider that we need numbers
No,
in
we
order
should
to
not.
achieve
We
our
should not.
end.
And I
We
don't.
have
And
too
this
many
is. I'm getting
informants,
Judge.
snitches,
One second.
and
Just one
pimps
second. One
who
second.
will
For the sake.
destroy any unity.
One second.
So
One
we
second,
need to
Judge.
deal
For the
with
sake.
reality.
For the sake. For the sake
Now,
of
no,
time.
I have
For
nothing
the
else to
sake of time, I don't want to have this immigration talk.
Well, we've
And
been
you
bringing it
actually
up
you
all
went
night.
into the immigration talk because of the back and forth that Real Queen Professor was having. Let me just also say this for the room. I don't care who you are. I don't care. I don't care. Don't call anybody any names here. Whether you, I don't care. Do not call anybody any names. Period. We're all adults. I want to go to Sue Say because it's hitting on 1:00 and we hitting on 4 hours. 6 hours again. I can't. Go ahead, Sue Say.
Peace, Dana. Peace, Judge Joe Brown. Hey, Miss Latasha. Peace to the panel, to the room, everybody. Just a couple of things. Just a quick little commentary on something Judge Joe Brown said about, Jamaican, ancestry and all this and the third. It kind of does tie in because of the fact that Kamala Harris's name is in there, and one of the hot button topics is her ancestry and whether or not first of all, she is a Black woman, a Black American woman, and also whether or not she represents the people of said community, who I would say thank God for social audio and thank God for social media, because for the last couple of years, people have been doing their genealogy. And regardless of the historical narrative, which many of the things I heard some of y'all saying kind of fit some of the historical narratives, and we're finding out through looking through genealogy and tying it to what was taking place with our family members in these areas that they lived in these same time frames that are often brought up. We're finding different things in those stories, excuse me. And so I just wanted to bring up a couple of points, just to drive that home about how important it is for people who are trying to find their specific place without being covered, with a blanket of Blackness that includes a lot of different ethnicities. So I put a couple of points down while y'all was talking, which I appreciate because it was very entertaining and educational. But I want to say here that there's been generations of racial classifications and reclassifications for a specific set group of people that might not necessarily include people who recently migrated. Somebody's mic is off, but it might not necessarily include people who migrated as recent as the 2000s or even in the 1960s. A lot of us who have been doing genealogy have recognized several different racial classifications for our ancestors, and do with that what you will about that information. But it just, for the sake of conversation, warrants further discussion and further investigation as to why our particular subset group of people have been having name changes from generation to generation, right? And go back to my bullet points. And then I put here, I said today's convos on ethnicity and identity and really kind of like quote unquote lineage checking people is really just the effort to try to carve out your own specific identity, because so many people, like I said, are seeing people be tacked on to a certain identity that for so long was just them. You see what I'm saying? And so now with the way that there's a federal and legal definition, which based off conversation, seems to be different from the social, cultural understanding of what it means to be Black. These people are legally and federally able to identify under the Black category based off of how they have it outlined in their documentation and on their record, right? And so really all in all, these conversations is not about to say, well, if you have a certain ethnicity, it's bad. If you immigrate here, it's bad, so to say. It's more so to say that if nothing else, it highlights the complexities of what it means to be Black, and it's not as cut and dry as a lot of people try to make it. You see what I'm saying? So I encourage people to look up what the legal definition is, so you'll understand that as you are fighting for some sort of recompense and fighting for your identity in the United States of America, you understand like what the level playing field is already. So you can look that up for yourselves, and I'm open to the conversation, or if people need, any reference points and stuff like that, I'm willing to provide that. But I will also say that regardless of the understanding of what it means to be Black legally versus the social, cultural understanding, the push towards genealogy and familial origins via documents and records and not necessarily DNA, because I heard you, Judge Joe Brown, asking her about DNA. It's a whole other topic. I ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole, but y'all better read the white papers of how they calculate this stuff and how they come up with these categories that they put you in, because it'll be a little bit more eye-opening. But these records, when we start looking at them, and these are for people, y'all know, if y'all been doing genealogy, y'all been seeing this stuff, right? They're not necessarily aligning with the large emphasis on African ancestry that we've been learning about and have been taught. And I'm not talking about how I feel about it. I'm just saying, like, being in groups of people. I can't even count at this point. It's been 4 years on social audio alone, of people talking about their genealogy. And we are really looking hard to find it, because that's what we've been told for so long. But people are just not finding these vast documents and numbers and stuff to really corroborate the narrative. But what they are finding, my God, on today, what they are finding, and as complex as it is from person to person, is what we're finding is that it is actually, genealogy is literally seeming like the only thing that's carving out a lane specifically for people who would call themselves Black today, or who have that label put on them as being identified as Black, today, right? And because of this label, people have been able to garner positions of political power. And now we find ourselves at a crossroads right now, understanding that for so long, it's been people representing us, even if they might be kin, they might be American too, but they've been representing us, but misrepresenting us, if you get what I'm trying to say, due to whatever other interests they have, whether it's personally or for their actual ethnicity. Minnesota. Ilhan Omar. But I'm gonna finish off by saying this, right? Despite your consensus on what you call yourself, right? I can say that I've noticed through all these different ideologies, whether you FBA, whether you ADOS, whether you Freedmen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you understand that there's something different about all these other people that's put under Black. And I had a phone call. It warrants further investigation, and it warrants further conversation. And I'm going to encourage people to keep talking about that and keep talking about actual lineage and stuff like that, because that's really what's going to sift the wheat from the tare. Because so many people can come in and say, oh, I was listening to Tupac on a cassette tape, even though he was 7 years old at the time that I'm saying I was listening to him. Or they can come and throw around a bottle of Tabasco or something like that, or ski weed a couple of times. And, that's all it takes. Hell, y'all let Bill Clinton do that to y'all too. Hello, let's keep it real. Talking about he was Black. Be for real now, right? So I'm gonna finish off by saying this: that we've been looking for the Africans. We're having a hard time finding them. A lot of people, there's not everybody, but a lot of people are also finding documents that lead them down the road to indigenous ancestry. And if we really gonna be talking about America, we ain't talking about Africa, we ain't talking about Jamaica, we ain't talking about nowhere else, we talking about North America. The people that's been finding this information in their records need to start having more conversations, because it matters for this particular American soil. And if you're talking about delineating, you can't attach yourself to that. You can put yourself under whatever name they want to come up with, but when you start looking at them records and seeing them ancestors' names and they don't look English, okay? Yeah, so I just want to say that, and I appreciate the conversation. I hope that you guys continue to keep it forward. No smoke on Indians or people from Bharat, Hindu, Desi people, or nothing like that. It's just that we got to be honest about this, and it's not, shout out to the Jamaicans, but we talking about American team, and we got to be honest about that. And it's American people that's looking out for American interests, and we appreciate y'all for minding y'all business and letting us do what we got to do. Amen. Bye.
Oh, that's very good.
But she said, Judge, she took notes. We were going back and forth.
Y'all was going in. So I was let me make my bullet points before I forget.
Well,
very good.
Yeah, it's past midnight.
Very good.
I turned into a pumpkin past midnight. Professor had his hand up, and then I need to bring something to the judge's attention. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, so let me say this, Sister Dana. I will apologize about the name calling to Queen Marte over there. Didn't mean to call her any names, so I apologize if I offended you, Bed Wrench. So I just wanted to say that. There you go.
Did you just call her a bed wench in the apology?
Well, I'm
he did.
Well, I'm
You had
sleepy,
to see
so
that coming, Dana.
Well, so-called free
a
men
suggestion?
who have no power to delineate. You're the joke, sir. You're a slave.
May I make a suggestion? When we have these sessions and we're all trying to reach a common objective, which is an understanding of the circumstances that impact most of the people who call in, we refrain from insulting each other, because until it gets a little bit further on, there's no telling what somebody may actually be doing or not doing for the cause in reality. So don't kill off your allies.
Agreed. Because you don't have to agree with every single thing that someone says. So I don't, and this is two things I want to say. I don't agree with some of the things the judge says, because I have my own opinions. However, I'm kind of kicking myself because it was two speakers earlier that was very combative with the judge talking about the law. One thing I cannot go back and forth with him or push back when it has to do with the damn law and interpreting the Constitution. He knows it. He is a judge. He's retired. He is a judge. So it's like questioning a judge, and it could be another judge up here questioning them. You are questioning what is. And I wasted too much time earlier. And that's why I was saying, people, if you have a question or a statement, just get to it. And, then the discussion can flow from there. But the back and forth, well, no, that's not done. That is, he's telling you what it is, whether you accept it or not. Now, when I brought up the 14th Amendment and we were talking about, and I asked a question, why did they put corporations to be as a person? So he gave his interpretation and I gave mine. But the fact remains is, what is the 14th Amendment? What does it mean? So you cannot deny that. You cannot question that, especially if you don't know and somebody else does. You cannot, and it's right there in print. And I say all that to say, I don't know. It's apparently it's going around now that everybody's upset with the judge and a whole bunch of other people. The judge really don't give no F's, right? He's still going to say what he wants to say. But this man is here every Tuesday on X. So Luke Campbell and all these other people that want to say F the judge and don't listen to people like them, why don't y'all never come in this space? The judge was on a space Sunday for 7 hours. Y'all never go into spaces where the judge is at to push back on what he says that you don't like. Now, the regulars that come up here every Tuesday, may push back. We had two people pushing back, but they was pushing back on the wrong goddamn thing. But the fact remains, Luke Campbell, and he's retarded, he's dumb, and he's a coward, because when I requested to speak, that's when he want to shut down his goddamn space the other day. However, I don't know who this man Ernest Owens, because Tariq Nasheed retweeted this, but he goes, mainstream media, before y'all begin these interviews with Black men and voting for Kamala Harris, a brief list of individuals who don't speak for or represent Black male voters: Charlamagne the God, Van Jones, Tariq Nasheed, Judge Joe Brown, Sean King, third party voters who don't like any candidate, unregistered voter in the barbershop, random rapper paid for by Trump, random Black male podcasters or whatever. So I don't know who the fuck this Ernest Owens is, but nigga, go fuck yourself because you sound stupid. Charlamagne the God is on your side. He is pro Kamala. Ben Jones is a crying ass Negro, and he always crying for that white massa of his. But there's some other people on that list, that I'm looking at you like, okay, what did the judge say that you don't like? Tariq Nasheed, okay, you don't like him. Sean King, yeah, he's another Rachel Dolezal. Third party voters who don't like any. What is, and that's the problem. That is part of our democracy, having a third party. Unregistered voters in the barbershop, yeah, those are the people that these politicians slash statements need to go and talk to, because those are the people that's going to determine whether your ass is in office or not. They could sway an election. So why would you talk down to your constituents, to your potential voters that could put you in office? So it's a lot of that going around. And I don't know what you said, Judge. Maybe it was the clip with you and Kwame 3 years ago when you said Kamala was a hoe and she slept her way to the top. So all these, plantation Democrat niggas, they're upset.
Hey, Judge, I love that video, man. Ooh, I've been watching it over and over and over and over again. Called her a hoe. Hey, I called her a hoe too.
Is a hoe. She's a goddamn slut and a lying hoe. And I used to represent a lot of pimps and hoes, so I know one when I see one. I don't have anything against anybody having recreational sex where it's for fun and games, but when you sleep your way to the top to cut the corners and you do the casting couch to make up for your lack of talent and professionalism, you a slut. If you fuck to get somewhere, then you're a slut. You're a hoe. So I mean, it is what it is. She's a hoe. And there's no doubt about it. So the point of the thing is, we got the whole of Babylon out there that was trying to put herself in a position to embarrass us in front of the international community.
Jeez.
I mean, I can understand Cleopatra getting stripped naked and rolled up in a carpet and presented at Caesar's feet so he can get a piece of ass and he can favorably install her onto the throne of Egypt. But Putin ain't thinking about that, nor is Xi Jinping or anybody else in the world that counts. So she's screwed her way as far as she's going to get. Now it depends upon talent, acumen, wisdom, and discernment, and she doesn't have it. She's a lazy heifer who won't even deal with her briefings. That's why she had such a high turnover with her staff. They couldn't stand her lazy ass. She's used to getting somewhere, and I know the type. They'd get in a courtroom and there's a jury in the box and they start hiking up their skirt hem lines and they start trying to flash thigh. That's not going to work, but so far. And I know what's going on. I've had situations in my own courtroom. I remember for a year or so, I had a female public defender in there, one of them, and a female prosecutor. And when they had a trial together, I'd have to stop them and say, ladies, we have to come back to chambers. Madam Court Reporter, come back there. And I'm ordering that what we're going to talk about is sealed. I say those hemlines have gone up far enough. Tomorrow they will go back down. We're going to deal with law here, not flashing thigh to make an impression. Is that clear? Or the court will take this into consideration and whether or not you get a free 10-day vacation. Now, with that understanding, we will be a little bit more modest tomorrow. The men have a dress code. You have one too. Now, let's go back in the courtroom. Enough is enough. See, you have to do that every now and then. So, yeah. And one other thing too, just a little comment since I got brought up. Agreed, Dana. I don't give a flying F about what some of these people think about me. I've done my part. I've had beautiful women, an exciting, adventurous life, done a lot of things. And I've noticed the commentary tends to be harshest from the people who have done absolutely nothing for the cause and have a big mouth and hide behind the anonymity of a keyboard online, rather than actually getting out and doing something, or else they have to have a mob to embolden them. So the people I know that have been on missions tend to be more concerned with the character of a person. I guess that goes back to what King was saying, a matter of character rather than what their appearance is. So you get old enough, you run into enough people who have good character, whatever in the hell they are, and you know that they're more important to what's going on than whatever somebody's match of a profile. So it's just a man thing, or I guess it would be a woman thing. Who's going to back you up when it hits the fan? You know, a
So
lot of
I'm
loudmouths won't. They
sorry.
run.
So the Ernest Owens dude, award-winning journalist, PABJ president, I don't know what the hell that is, Eatery
Never heard
Philly
of him.
editor, Philly Mag political writer, The Case for Cancel Culture, I guess that's the name of his book. So he's a woke leftist liberal Democrat
And
shell.
translation asshole. So anyway, go ahead.
Right. And then he turned off his comment sections when he was listing the name. What a
Well,
and
I
they're
don't
cowards.
perceive myself as fitting in with any of the group that you named that he named. So anyway, it is what it is. I have my credentials. For some people, I let them see a fuller resume than I let others see, and they say, "Oh wow."
But the
So
question
it
that
is
I
what
have
it is.
is they don't never come into your space. They don't never come into Tariq Nasheed's space, but they always want to tweet and talk shit in other spaces. And then when you
Well,
bring
let me put it.
that,
Let me say this. It's like this. Some months ago, I was at something down in a place in Memphis that has had a lot of problems. I saw some young men gathered at the other end of a block, and I was walking down there. People, Judge, you can't go down there. They're Crips. I said, so? They're young men. I'm going down there. So I got down there. I said, hey, I introduced myself, shake my hand. I said, that's not a manly handshake. What you talking about, man? I said, somebody I know would have crushed your hand if you tried to shake it like that. You shook my hand like you a 9-year-old schoolgirl. Man, who you talking about? So I told him, why you got his name in your mouth? Because he used to work for me when he was 14 years old. I ran a playground at Trinity Avenue Elementary School with 2 other brothers. And we used to hire him. He was 14 years old, and he used to be a volunteer playground director. We taught him a lot. And I was talking about Tookie Williams, who co-founded the Crips out in LA. So, yeah. See, most of these folk can't walk like that, haven't talked like that, and haven't done what we did. So you can't make a comparison when somebody's set up. And yeah, I agree. Frats today, sororities, they tend to be boule. But what they don't know is that the frats and sororities, the original 8, not 9, started out so that it could be a revolutionary cadre to fight against segregation and the discrimination that was existing, backed up by the Klan 100 some years ago, 120 some years ago. And the pledging was hard and brutal. So if you got captured by Sheriff Billy Bob, you wouldn't tell on everybody. And we divided it up into 4 frats, 4 sororities, and that's it. And what was going on is they were cells. Each of them did their part, and we masqueraded as boule Greek party organizations, not revolutionary cadres. And if you look at the people who did something that put them in peril of losing their lives, you will find that a lot of them were frat or sorority. So that's changed. It's nothing but party now, and they've got real problems. The Alphas had a resolution to say we only recognize manhood as being those who identify is a biological male, not those other freaks out there. And there was an uproar about that, but I don't give a damn, because manhood, manly deeds, and the whatever else that count, some people know what it is, some don't, and they can't be included in the society of man. But those are the things that have changed. So we have made things too easy. We've made it too much a matter of entitlement. So if somebody looks at somebody harsh, somebody starts pissing their pants and wants to go complain to the police or the campus authorities that they got brutalized. But, you know, I agree. A lot of the frats and sororities, and now that there are 9 of them, and one of them never had a connection with that old time war that was going on. Give you an example. One frat guy, his name is Thurgood Marshall, now deceased. He was known as Mr. Baseball. Why? Because whenever he went around the country taking these unpopular cases to defend black folk, he always wanted a certain size Louisville slugger. So if he had to whip somebody's head, he could. He also wanted a 12 gauge shotgun and a 25 round box of double-aught buckshot in case he had to take care of business. That was a U.S. Supreme Court justice, but that part of him was underplayed. Got Jackie Robinson. He was a captain in the U.S. Army, went through ROTC at UCLA, played football. He's known as the first black to play Major League Football, baseball. But the interesting thing about it is he preceded Rosa Parks by a decade for not removing himself to the back of a bus. But he was in uniform, officer of the day, and he pulled his 45 auto out, racked around in the chamber. And according to the testimony at his jury trial, court martial, he said, some MF is going to die tonight besides me. And you see, all these guys weren't pussies. They were not slackers. They were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice in the name of the cause, which is so lacking these days. I cannot see Al Sharpton or Poppin' Fresh Doughboy for Pillsbury with chocolate chips Roland Martin doing anything like that. So I don't have respect for people that loudly start pontificating on guidance for the black cause and they haven't paid the dues. But it is what it is.
Real quick, before we get up out of here, thank you everybody that's been with us the whole time on YouTube. Measurement, he sent in a super chat, says, add this to where it needs to go because we are tired of being a punching bag like the Sabrina Whitaker person. At the end of the day, it's the best person for the job, and Scamala ain't it. She's not.
She's a hoe. I don't want to be represented by a hoe. I'd rather have a decent lady do it, or a lady, if she had to get around, did it because she was just getting her freak on, not somebody who was advancing themselves through a profession.
So everybody, that all the speakers, I do want to say thank you. I appreciate you guys. Everybody that's listening in this space, especially those who came here at 9 o'clock. So every Tuesday is really 9 to 12 when we're way over. So I appreciate you guys for being here. Southern Belle, Catellia, my moderators on YouTube, and everybody on YouTube, appreciate you as well. And we'll be back next Tuesday. I will be doing a live myself, the Dan with the Data live on my YouTube channel, Rodana, and the Judge Man Up on Thursday. Are you going to be around Thursday?
Yes, I shall.
All right. And last 30 minutes of the show on Thursday, you could like have freedom of speech on YouTube. I say for the last 30 minutes. And I hate to say that, but I think it's going to get worse now because YouTube is liberal stronghold and, you know, they're trying to protect Kamala. So we'll see where this goes.
Dana, do you have a fan base account?
No, I don't deal with nothing with Isaac Hayes Jr. because I don't think he's nothing like his daddy. Um, that that first of all, fan base is garbage, and he's garbage.
Well, all right
Well,
then.
my niece was Isaac Hayes' business manager, and there is a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
um,
Isaac Hayes ain't shit. He sure ain't.
you mean Junior?
But yeah, Junior. Now, let me say that. Let me clarify that. Junior is not shit. There you go.
All right. So, thank you, everybody, and Judge, close us out.
Yeah, well, get the discussion. It's the same questions that keep coming up week after week. We can't seem to move on. So obviously, it is a point of concern. But let me say this. We have the potential to get a lot of things done and get a lot of stuff together. But essentially, you're going to have to do it for yourself. I'm an old man. I've got observations about what's going on. I consider myself a veteran of the struggle, but the next combat's going to have to be with the younger folks. So you're going to have to come up with the solutions and the innovations and the methodologies to move on. So get on it. I'm a little disappointed that you've not been more radical in what you do. And that includes good white people, black folk, brown folk, yellow folk, red folk. Don't care what you call yourself. Be confident in who you are and what you perceive yourself to be and what you see in the mirror. And you'll have the strength to do what you need to do to bring justice and equity to your and everybody else's situation. So be strong, keep moving on. And I'm out of here. I still have some chainsaws to repair.
All right. Good night.